our old shows is like watching Saved by the Bell junior years.
Yeah, the Miss Bliss years. Yeah, okay.
Do you know about Saved by the Bell at all, Jesse? Like, have you seen the episode? Oh yeah, they loved Mario. That's for sure.
That is great. That is fantastic.
There's a fly in this room.
Sorry, y'all. I'm putting together the we got 3 guests today, so I got some extra little nameplates to make.
Yeah, and I'm on the road, guys. I'm on the road. Road game.
Oh, speaking of, well, this is not a segue. Speaking of road game, no, it is not. Well, maybe this is a better off. We don't have anyone to fill in for us next Friday.
Oh boy.
It's like, yo, what about ...
Yeah.
We're still it's not there yet. God damn it. So we could have more Bart Scott and have the day off, or we can work. So that's something we got to think about. There is a possibility there's no games Thursday or Friday, depending on how the series goes.
Yeah. See, you know what that's tough because I don't want that.
Yeah,
I mean,
know.
We got sweeps and all that other stuff.
Yeah. We'll figure it out. 2 minutes. I'm almost done. We got Drake Yu.
Yeah.
Drake Yu. Man, we got a dope lineup. Drake, Renee Montgomery. He's lit. Deuce and Mo. Podcast that you know. Morgan was talking about popping pimples.
Oh man,
I tuned in. I was like, "What the hell?"
Did she talk about Dr. Pimple Popper? You familiar?
I think she was talking about her popping pimples. I don't know if she was talking about like a person.
Are you familiar with her though?
Morgan? I'm very familiar with Morgan.
Dr. Pimple Popper.
I am not familiar with Dr. Pimple.
Yeah, she started as a YouTube sensation, and yeah, you're right, Jesse. Don't look at Jazz likes watching that stuff, and now she has a show on like TLC or something like that. It's crazy, like some of the craziest crap you would ever see from Dr. Pimple Popper.
D-Lo and KC busting their ass 12 hours a day, but if you could pop a pimple, you get a TV show.
Look, I'll tell you this though, she earns her money for this because I ain't popping them pimples.
Yeah, that's nasty.
Oh,
I mean, I had terrible skin growing up. I don't have the best skin now, but those are mine. Those belong to me. Oh, I ain't messing with yours. Loved ones, what's good? Welcome in here to the Thursday, June 24th edition of D-Lo and KC. I'm Damian Barling. He's Kenny Caraway.
Yes, sir.
We are thrilled that you are here with us. A busy Thursday. Deuce and Mo returning to the lineup here, fresh off the Deuce and Mo podcast, which wrapped up just moments ago. They're going to be with us coming up at 1:47. Renee Montgomery. Analyst for the Atlanta Hawks, the part owner and vice president of the Atlanta Dream, and dear close longtime personal friend. She's going to be with us coming up at 1:20. And Drake Yu, pro scout, used to do some work with the Kings as well. Still does some work. We'll be doing a lot of work for the upcoming draft. He's going to be with us coming up at 3:20. So we busy today.
Yes, we are, but we busy. We got things to talk about, but we got to talk about what we got to talk about first.
For those of you who are watching on twitch.tv/ESPN1320, youtube.com/ESPN1320, you know that Kenny is at his mom's house So there's not the normal Luke Belair and McQueen and the Violet Fog Gin backdrop. So we're still working through a couple of things. But if you could get your mic up on the Comrex a little bit more before you unleash on somebody, because I know you've been waiting. You've been waiting a solid 16 hours to do this, so I want to make sure that you are set up properly and you get to lay in. I'll lay out, buddy, because you sound a little upset.
What we sounding like now? We sounding all right? We sounding better?
You literally sound exactly the same, but it's good. Like,
it's all right. I'll be talking up. I'll be speaking up. You ain't got to worry. I don't even know if I need a microphone.
Everybody's just gonna hear you by the tone of your voice. Okay, Jesse says the levels are good. Jesse says the levels are good. That means we're good. Go ahead, partner. Get us started today.
Last night, I'm watching. What was I watching? As a matter of fact, I was off of sports.
Dr. Pimple Popper, according to the.
I definitely wasn't watching Dr. Pimple Popper. That is not my bag. Oh my gosh, those pimples are crazy.
Masquerading around as Morgan Reagan, but that's a different conversation for 147. Go ahead. I was
off of sports. Eastern Conference Finals were done. Hawks win game 1. I was sitting there minding my own business, watching. I was watching Fast and the Furious 8. That's what I was watching. Yeah, it came on FX. Reese stumbled across it. You know, it's one of them things where I didn't watch the whole movie. I got halfway through. I was like, well, let me finish this thing off. Fast 9 coming out tomorrow, so let me finish this thing off. I ain't never seen it.
Yep, could have watched The Office last night, but you went with Fast 8 for the 7th time. But go ahead. No, go ahead.
I never seen Fast 8.
You never seen The Office either.
But I was sitting there minding my own damn business, and all of a sudden I get mentioned and notified on Twitter about Twitter behavior and Twitter fingers on my Twitter app. Yeah. And lo and behold, because I want to make sure I get this right. Lo and behold, we got screenshots of Marvin Bagley III. Not Junior this time, not Big Marv. We talking about Marvin Bagley III himself. Doing a couple different things. Number one, liking a tweet from Not Said, at Not Said, NOTTCEDD, Not Said.
Stickler for details here.
Where he's quote tweeting Complex Sports, talking about DeAndre Ayton, talking about the 2018 NBA draft class is the best ever. And there's a picture of Trae Young. There's a picture of Luka Doncic. There's a picture of DeAndre Ayton. And there's a picture of Marvin Bagley there. And the guy, Not Said, says, we got to get at MB35 out of sack, man. And that was liked by Marvin Bagley III. Not only that, but earlier in the night, Marvin Bagley in his header talking about Sacramento Kings something. Like he's saying, I'm part of the Sacramento Kings. Well, at that point, he had erased the Sacramento Kings out of his profile. Now we talking Twitter here, man. Typically, I really wouldn't make that much of a deal about it. I really wouldn't. But this is a pattern of behavior from that whole crew. So they're passive aggressive and they're not accidents. All right. This is what they do. When you talk about Marvin Bagley III, Big Marv, all this other stuff. And I'm sitting here like, yo, this is clown behavior. This is absolute clown behavior by Marvin Bagley III. And we talking about somebody that I like. How many times, Damien, if I come on these airwaves and I've defended Marvin Bagley III for his poor defense or him not getting it. Just yesterday I was talking about he don't get the ball enough. I said, give him the ball. Look for him.
You did.
Defend him all the time. But this isn't no get out of town, Marvin, none of this other stuff. I'm not even here for all that. But it is time for a reality check. All right. It is time for a reality check, because what this says to me and what this says to everybody that's been following along with this whole Bagley III, Bagley, Big Marv scenario is they repeatedly talk about not being committed to this franchise or hint towards that, and talk about wanting to be out of here. They wanting to blame everybody else for, let's just be real, the fact that they're not getting the job done. Marvin III isn't getting the job done. I like him. He's a good ball player. I wanted to work here in Sacramento. But if we're being real, let's be real right now, Damian. He's not getting the job done here. I got a couple of numbers. All right? Got a couple of numbers. Of the players, let's go from the lottery of the 2018 draft.
I give a number real quick.
Absolutely.
1,000 coming up in 4 minutes. Go ahead.
Oh, yeah, we need that. We need that. Of the players from the lottery of that 2018 NBA draft, Marvin Bagley has played the third fewest games in that time span at 118 games. 118 games in 3 seasons. One of the seasons was 82 games long. The other 2 were 72 games long. And he's played 118 in 3 seasons? One of the 2 other people that are lower, one is Jerome Robinson, who I don't know. I don't know. If he walked in my living room right now, I'd have no idea who Jerome Robinson is. I just got to be real with you.
I'd want to know why there was another man in your living room, but never mind. Go ahead. Just come walking into your living room like, hey.
That part. Let
me get some McQueen and the Violet Fog again.
No.
You may not, sir. Who are you and why are you here?
The other is Michael Porter Jr., who's only at 116. He was redshirted. This man was redshirted, and he's played 2 less games than Marvin Bagley III.
And I believe he had a broken back.
Spinal. Kevin Knox, who is looked at as a complete bust, even he's played 182 games in that time span. Mo Bamba, looked at as a complete bust. He's played 155 games in that time span. You're not available. You're not. They got 6 players that average more than Marvin Bagley's 14.5 points per game from that lottery. 5 of those 6 players were drafted after Marvin Bagley. One, and that's not even mentioning Michael Porter Jr., who's at 14.4. Technically, he's lower than Marvin Bagley. Here's the thing with Marvin. I'm just going to tell you like this. If I'm Vivek Ranadive, if I'm Monty McNair, if I'm Luke Walton, I'm getting in a room, I'm getting in a conference room, I'm looking at this roster, I'm looking at everything that's going on here, and it's real simple. It's almost like Melvin and Baby Boy talking about guns and butter, all right? It's real simple. You're either part of the problem or you're part of the solution. That's the only way we're turning this thing around. And if you're part of the solution, let's find a way to figure this out, get into the playoffs, be a winning franchise. If you're part of the problem, you either get with the program or we don't need you here. But you can't be you're not in the middle. You look at this franchise, you look at this roster, you look at these people in the front office, everything that's going on. You're either part of the problem or you're part of the solution. The whole Team Bagley clan. Ask yourself right now, if you're listening or if you get a clip of this or whatever the case may be, are you part of the problem or are you part of the solution? There's no way in hell that Marvin Bagley III and Team Bagley has been part of the solution here. I got more heat for him, but please pay these people.
Here comes the money.
Here we go. Money talk.
Here comes the money.
It's time for the Summer of Cash contest. Here's your chance to win $1,000. Text the code word DOOR 72881. DOOR, as in show Marvin Bagley's ass the door. The 72881. This is a multi-state contest. Message and data rates apply. And remember, don't text and drive. Text the word DOOR to 72881. Your next opportunity to win $1,000. That was your first of 4. Your next opportunity to win comes at 1:10, 10 minutes past the hour of every hour that Diva and KC are on the air. We have got you covered. The Summer of Cash contest continues.
Hey, Damien,
so does Kenny Caraway.
I'm gonna let you rock.
No.
But look, let's talk about some facts here. This guy is talking about wanting to be traded, and the Team Bagley is talking about trade him. He's already played a hand in getting one coach fired. Him not being around, him not being able to perform the way that he was expected to as a number 2 pick in the draft, has another coach on the hot seat. And he's already got a general manager fired because he picked him. He picked him and he lost his job. And this guy has the audacity, the nerve to sit up here and say, the Kings are the problem. I want to be traded. You're getting people fired left and right. Look in the mirror. And I'm not here to say you suck. I'm not here to call you bad luck, sharp luck, like people in my life tend to call you. But the fact of the matter remains, before you look at pointing the finger, you got to look in the mirror and say, I haven't done whether it's injuries, performance, whatever the case may be. I haven't lived up to it. They brought him in here for help. De'Aaron Fox was here first. And they brought him in for help, and he's not taking care of business. Yet he want to talk about somebody else and talk about, I want to be traded. Fam, get your mind right, Marvin Bagley III. Get your mind right. This is crazy. I like you. I rock with you. I think you're a hell of a ball player, but this is crazy. Get your mind right. The hell has he done that? Want to be traded? The hell has he done in this league to sit up here and say, I want to be traded? I can promise you right now, the feeling is probably mutual in that front office. But he want to act like somebody did something to him.
I ain't following that. We'll come back. We'll talk more about Marvin, the Kings. We'll talk about the Hawks. We'll talk about Trae Young. We've got a loaded show. We're thrilled that you're with us on Twitch, YouTube, Odyssey. We're thrilled that you're with us here on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320. Oh, go ahead. Need a drink and a cigarette after that opening segment right there. Boy, I tell you that much. KC letting him know how he feels. And that's all right, partner, because you've earned your glass of McQueen and the Violet Fog Gin tonight. And I know how Kenny takes it. He throws a little strawberry lemonade in there, got him feeling nice. All good to go for the playoff game tonight. That's a good look. We want to know how you're mixing up your McQueen and the Violet Fog Gin. Do you go straight on the rocks? Do you mix it with something? Share your recipe with us. Do you just squeeze a little lemon in it, squeeze a little lime in a little tonic water? What is it? What's your gin and juice? What's your gin and tonic? Share it with us on social media. It doesn't matter if it's Instagram, doesn't matter if it's Twitter, at Dilo1KC and at McQueen Violet Fog. We want to share with everybody, not just the Valley, not just Sacramento. We want to share with the whole world. We're worldwide, baby. See, that's old gins. That's European stuff. We ain't about that. We about this Brazilian gin. It's produced in limited batches, less than 55 cases per distillation. It's what we mean when we say we don't make much, but what we do make is damn good. Send us your recipes at Dilo1KC and at McQueen Violet Fog Gin. And know that after 500 years, it's time for a new gin. It's time for McQueen and the Violet Fog. KIFM reminds you, be responsible. Don't drink and drive. Might have been your best moment right there.
Hey, I wasn't even trying to sound angry at Marvin Bagley. I thought about this last night. I was like, I'm not mad at him. But it just, come on, man. Come on, Marvin.
That goes on the Kenny Caraway highlight reel for sure. Yeah, no, that's good stuff.
Hey, let's get them lights up in here, man. Come on now. Come on.
Oh yeah, okay. Yeah, I mean, let's get them in there. Let's go, sophomore class. We have 42. Y'all could do it with 108 in here, man. I see you. Okay, 108 on YouTube. And we had a huge y'all. Some of y'all. What's up, Richard B? Richard B on Twitch. Let's show Twitch some love. We had a big audience on Twitch, and not the weird big audience that we get. 100 people come in from Chicago or DC or something like
right.
There was a big audience on Twitch all day, man, which was pretty cool. It doesn't grow at the same rate that YouTube does, just because it's in a different type of platform. That's the algorithm is different, but that's why those thumbs up on YouTube are so important. It helps more people see us. But Twitch was rocking yesterday, man, so we appreciate it.
Yeah, big ups to Twitch. We love you, Twitch, and all you Twitch watchers. You guys say we don't show the same love as YouTube.
Yeah, it's just a numbers game. I did notice. I just want to double check. There you go, Jesse, getting out them push notifications. There you go. There you go. Give my man some some bamboo after that.
And shout out to Manny. Shout out to my man Manny. He pulled up on me yesterday, man. You know, brought that cream, man. Shout out to Manny, man.
Did he fix your internet while he was at it, or?
We were in the middle of work, so I didn't want to mess nothing up. But we got plans to get that taken care of.
Okay.
And actually, I got another thing that I'm about to try with the Orbi. I was reading up on it last night. There's another thing I want to try. I'm just not at home, so. Max, don't ever say that. I'm from South Sac.
What'd Max say? You got any more? I really don't want to say anything because if you still got some gas in the tank, I just want to fall back. I'm going to be the first listener.
There have been too many damn times throughout his career when people have been like, why isn't Marvin back yet? Damien, you've heard the same things I've heard, same stories where people are like, we thought he'd be back. He working. And look, if he's hurt, whatever the case may be. What I do know is that in the biggest game of the year, I remember you talked about this. In the biggest game of the year, Marvin had like 3 or 4 straight good games or whatever, right? Big games, Indiana, Dallas, all this other stuff. Biggest game of the year against the Spurs. Marvin Bagley gave me 4 points, 1 of 5 from the field, 2 of 6 from the free throw line, and 2 rebounds in 19 minutes. Now, some will say he only played 19 minutes. That's a Luke Walton problem. I'll tell you that Damian Jones in that same game, 6 points, 2 of 3 from the field, 2 of 4 free throws, 7 rebounds in 15 minutes. 15 minutes, 4 less minutes. He had 5 more rebounds. If you're not getting the ball, then you're not getting the ball. I can't defend them not looking for you. But you were one of the great rebounders we had in college basketball when you were at Duke. There's no reason that you should be having 2 rebounds in 19 minutes in the biggest game of the year. But that's the Kings' fault too? Hell no. Once again, I like Marvin Bagley III. I am the same person that's tantalized by his potential. And by all means, once again, this ain't pack your bag, get out of here. I'm not saying that. I'm saying we need a reality check. We need a reality check right now, Team Bagley. It's time to look in the mirror, man.
I think when you look at some things that Bagley has done over his career, and I've tried to look at this from multiple perspectives over the last, evening or so, because I had my phone turned over. You know the type of mood I was in yesterday. I just turned my phone over. I was away from everything. But Jill texted me the screenshot. Jill Adge texted me the screenshot of the tweet. And I can't say what I sent back to her, but we'll paraphrase. It's like, you've got to be kidding me. Like, because we dealt with this with Buddy last year.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, all right, so we have and then, you think about the Kings as a whole. Like, okay, you've got Buddy doing this and you got Bagley doing this. I think Buddy was liking tweets of himself in a Philadelphia 76ers uniform, if I remember correctly. And you wonder why this team has been the way that it has for so long. And it's just, you have a constant group of guys who regularly want to get out of here. And I go back to some things that we talked about with Jason Jones, James Hampson, some Kings insiders that we've had here on the show. And, Marvin's hiatus to Arizona this season. Mm-hmm. It appears, I think every Kings insider we've spoken to he thought that was a permanent hiatus. Mm-hmm. He did not think he was rejoining the team. And there was a certain boo-boo face when he was asked to rejoin the team. And the wild part was when he did, he came back and played really well. Briefly. And then he was back on the injured list, and he was back out, and he was out for the remainder of the season. You start looking like there are certain things about Marvin that I've tried to defend, and then I genuinely do feel bad about. I think that some of the injuries that he's had, like if he had consistently had hamstring injuries, ACL injuries, plantar fascia injuries, I'd be really concerned about him. Like there could potentially be a work ethic issue here. There could be a training staff issue here. He's had more freak injuries. The broken, I don't remember if it was broken wrist or broken hand, but the one that happened in game 1. Okay, broken thumb last season. And then you had the hand this year. Those are like impact injuries. Those aren't, hey, you got to work harder so you don't break bones. That's not a thing. Like those are impact injuries.
Right.
And so I felt for him in that sense, because like, I already hate the label injury prone, but I really hated it in that sense because it just doesn't make sense. I don't believe his bones are brittle. I believe he's genuinely out there working, and he got hurt doing it. So in that sense, I feel for him. In another sense, you and I have talked about this regularly, especially this season. We believe he deserved more time on the floor. And I've said it before, I'll say it 1,000 times, and it'll always be a moniker when we cover the Sacramento Kings. We see a lot. We don't see everything. And I always wonder, what does Luke Walton see? And you all know how I feel about Luke Walton. I always wonder what Luke Walton sees in practice that leads him to believe Marvin can't be in there in these situations. Like, we can't have him out there. And then I looked a little bit deeper into Marvin Bagley. I did this morning. Because, as you just eloquently laid out a few moments ago, Marvin's had a couple of coaches. He's had a couple of general managers. He's had a couple of different staffs. Well, he was 14-7 this year. Barely played last year. Luke Walton and Vlade, technically, right? This past year it was Luke Walton and Monty, 14-7. Luke Walton and Vlade, 14-7. Dave Yeager and Vlade, what was he?
14-7.
14-7. He is consistently the same. Like he's constantly looking for someone to blame, when no matter who the coach is, no matter who the general manager is, the minutes are the same, the points are the same, the rebounds are the same, the stat lines are virtually identical. His entire career. Multiple coaches, multiple front offices. Similar teammates, not completely the same. The first year was certainly a lot different than the third, but I don't know who Marvin. I guess it's easier to blame other people than take responsibility for yourself. And with Marvin, it's pretty simple, and I guess this just has to do with how people are or aren't wired. With Marvin, it's as simple as get out there, work your ass off, do everything you possibly can to stay healthy. Again, I don't believe any of these injuries are his fault. I believe get out there, work as hard as you can. You're going to be in a great position headed into this season. You're going to be in a great position if you don't want to be in the Sacramento Kings anymore. But you had to know that watching DeAndre Ayton, watching Luka Doncic, because for a while it was just Luka. It was just Marvin and Luka. And there are people who will defend Marvin Bagley, saying he has taken so much hate on social media, and Kings fans who tag him and comparing him to Luka and making him Sam Bowie and all of these different things. And it's like, to those people, I say, with all due respect, welcome to social media. Social media is not a happy place to be. It's not a fun place to be. You and I are on Twitter regularly. You and I will both acknowledge Twitter is the toilet bowl of society.
Facts.
It's a full, it's like an outhouse of society. It is a horrible, horrible freaking place. But we have made the decision to be a part of that world. When you make the decision to be a part of that world, there's going to be a lot of bad that comes with it. Whether you're a John Bull who seems to get trashed for his photography for no apparent reason,
uncalled for,
or you're D'Lo and KC, whose people don't like your radio show, or you're the number 2 overall pick in the draft who went to a school that's already pretty polarizing and was taken over a player who was good the second he got out of the box. Again, not defending social media. You just have to accept it when you get on. That's what it is. And he's falling into these social media traps where you're not helping yourself. You should be about you. What was Mark Jones telling us on Friday? Marvin out there in Florida working.
Mm-hmm.
He getting that work in. He's ready.
Mm-hmm.
He wants to play ball. But you go out there and you do things like that, and it's like you're not helping anything. You're not helping yourself. You're not helping Monty McNair. You're not helping your coach. You're not helping your teammates. You're not helping anything. And now you've got two guys. Hell, you've got 2 of your 5 starters who in the last 2 years have done something on social media to make it clear they don't want to be here.
Mm.
You talk about challenges facing a general manager. That's a challenge facing a general manager. I got 2 starters who have made it clear on a social media platform that they don't want to be here. And they're already difficult to move. One can't stay healthy. The other one, you have no idea what he's going to do on a night-to-night basis.
Mm-hmm.
No clue. It's already, and he's got a decent-sized contract. You don't know what it's difficult enough to move him, and now you've got that stuff out there. We see it. You don't think Brad Stevens in Boston or formerly Danny Ainge in Boston saw it? You don't think these general managers around the league see it? You don't think these coaches around the league see it? You don't think they're calling Monty going, think we could get him? You think we could take advantage of Monty here and just, hey, let us take a problem off your hands? Because, Monty, you got a couple of them. Let's get one of them. We'll send you a number 2. We'll send you a second rounder. I'm going to do with that.
Not a damn
We're going to
thing.
send you this guy who's got 3 years. We're going to send you Timofey Mozgov.
Right.
He's still making that Mitch Kupchak money. We'll send you him. You put yourself, Marvin put himself in a bad situation. He put his future in a bad place because, again, everybody sees that stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And as Jay Williams has learned, you can delete it. It doesn't mean it goes away.
Right.
A lot of guys it had been a rough day for some professional athletes on social media. It's been a rough 24 hours, some professional athletes on social media.
No, they don't know how to not press send or not like the tweet. And typically, I'll look at these things and I'll say, man, it's just Twitter or just social media. It's not real life or whatever the case may be. But number one, like I mentioned earlier, there's a pattern of behavior from this group, from Team Bagley, whether it's Marvin Bagley III, Big Marv, or Uncle Bagley. Mm-hmm. There's a pattern of behavior of being passive aggressive and being disrespectful to the organization, the coach, and teammates on social media. So I know a lot of people are like, we're making a lot about this. It doesn't matter. It does matter. Damian, if somebody got on Twitter and was like, Damian Barnley sucks, and I liked it, we'd have to have a conversation. Am I right?
Absolutely.
So
absolutely.
It's the 20.
You don't have to look hard for that tweet, by the way. Just don't hit the heart button.
And I promise you, I'll never like it. I promise you that. But matter of fact, we gonna squabble with whoever says something like that.
There we go.
We got issues. But it's 2021 and it's a 2021 cosign, something like that.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
So it does matter, and if it didn't matter, they wouldn't be doing it. This is maybe a terrible analogy or whatever. As a matter of fact, I'm not even going to use it. I'm just going to say they do it because they know what they're doing.
Well, here's not an analogy, but here's an alternative to you want to be on social media. You want to be active on social media. You see that stuff. You want to acknowledge you see that stuff. Okay, Marvin, did you see what Dame did? Did you see what Dame Lillard? He was tagged in a Photoshop that had him in a Utah Jazz uniform, I think it was. Yeah. He acknowledged he saw it. Quote tweeted it. What'd he say? That's a terrible Photoshop. And kept it moving. Like, there are ways, if you want to be involved on social media, if there are ways, if you want to be active, if you want to do those, hey man, you could do them. You can absolutely be a part of it, but you better be aware that your actions have consequences.
Facts.
Your actions have consequences, and you could get roped into stuff. People tag Marvin Bagley and things like that all of the time. He just happened to hit the like button on that one.
Mhm.
That's not the first time anybody has seen a picture like that. It's not the first time anybody has looked through this draft class and gone, damn, there is one anomaly here. There is one guy who does not fit with the rest. You think that was the first tweet that went out there yesterday? Marvin was at his breaking point with all this talk about the 2018 class, and maybe he's at his breaking point with this team.
And he should be at his breaking point about 2018. What do I talk about all the time? I talk about De'Aaron Fox looking at Booker and having a chip on his shoulder.
Donovan Mitchell. Yep.
I say all the time, they should be on edge. They should be on edge. And once again, I hate to use this guy's quote, but they should definitely be pissed off for greatness. But it's not pissed off, I'm going to blame the person over here. I'm going to blame the team over here. That's why I'm not getting what I'm getting. No, be pissed off to get better. Be pissed off to be committed to the season. And I'm not saying Marvin don't work. We all know he works. We see the videos. We hear the reports. We know he puts in the work in the offseason. But come the season time, you need to have that same energy. Because to be honest with you, all the work that he does a lot of work. We're having real talk today. We're having real talk. And once again, I will say, I like Marvin Bagley III as a player. I think he's a good ball player. I think he can play. I believe in his potential. I will say that. But I will also tell you, Marvin is soft on the court. He is soft as hell. I look at his game and I look at a soft player. And all this energy that he has for anybody else out there on the internet, and he wants to be mad and get physical on the court. You get pushed around. You play soft. Do something about that.
And I don't have the confidence that he will.
I don't know if he will.
And you know why? And it's not because of his game. It's not because of his work ethic. It's because I still think he's looking for someone to blame. And it's easy. We talk about this regularly with the Sacramento Kings. And this is a line that you use and we've talked about. Whatever you say about the Sacramento Kings, no matter how you clown them, how you crap on them, it's true. All of it. Mm-hmm. Trash ass organization. Yeah, pretty much. Perennial losers. Yep. It's all true. Can't get out of their own way. Yep. And you can't fix any of that until you win. But Marvin is aware of that stuff. De'Aaron's aware of that stuff. Tyrese is aware of that stuff. Harrison is aware of that stuff. Freeport Metu is aware of the reputation that the Sacramento Kings have. Everybody's aware of it. So when something goes wrong for you, it's really easy to blame the organization. When you're not living up to your potential, when you're not doing the things that you're supposed to do, it's easier to say it's their fault than it is to say, my bad. It's easier to blame it on the organization that has 26 years of dysfunction versus blaming the guy who was a star at Duke. Mm-hmm. Or in this case, blaming myself because I was a star at Duke. It's easier to do it that way. Instead of pointing the finger at the Sacramento Kings, pointing the finger at the organization, pointing the finger at the fans, pointing the finger at social media, pointing the finger everywhere but at the dude in the mirror. And we're talking about a guy, 14-7 are some good numbers. Mm-hmm. But the expectations for Marvin were different. Mm-hmm. And that's how you have to measure players. What were your expectations of him? Wasn't 14-7. Well, certainly wasn't, what'd you say, 118? Wasn't 118 games in 3 years. That wasn't the expectations either.
Oh, no.
So you had two shortened seasons. You had 144 games in the last 2 years, and he still missed like 118-3.
Come on, man.
He's just brutal.
Come on, man.
There's no number that you look at and you feel comfortable with or happy with or positive about her. Look at the uptick here. Look at the upswing here. Look at where he got better here. Look at the growth here. It's non-existent through the first 3 years. And you literally watch Marvin on a night-to-night basis with your hands in prayer position. Deuce and Mo were praying to the basketball gods on lottery day. They didn't listen. But I feel like with Marvin, you're praying to the basketball gods every day, like, oh, please let this brother stay healthy. Please let this brother don't get hurt. We believe he's got something if he can not be injured. And still, the question, I don't know how much he's got if he's not injured. He's got 14 and 7. Now, we can speculate on what happens if he plays the fourth quarter. He's only averaging 25.5 minutes on his career. What would it look like if he was averaging 35.5 minutes on his career? I don't know. But he's not far away. These numbers aren't that different than another big man who Vlade took. They're not that different than what Willie Cauley-Stein's numbers were.
Willie was probably what 10 and 8 or something like that.
Oh, I think he was higher than 10. I'll pull the numbers up right now for you.
8 or 10, 11, and 7 or something like that.
I feel like the number was 7, but I for some reason, my memory is the points being a little bit higher when he was in Sacramento. Okay, 12 his last year. 11.9. 11.9, 12, and 7 and 8 rebounds. Last 2 years he was here.
You're spot on. It's not much different at all.
He ain't that now.
No.
He ain't that now. He Golden State, Dallas, been on a couple teams. Real talk, how much longer before Willie's out the league? Because that's the path Marvin's on.
And here's the other thing with Marvin Bagley. And this is what baffles me a little bit. Is Marvin was supposed to be the guy to get this franchise over the top to a level that we're trying to get to. Like, he's frustrated. I'm sure he is, that he's not in the playoffs and he's getting compared to all these guys. He's frustrated that they haven't made the playoffs, the playoff drought. They've got to hear all this and all this other stuff. You were the guy that was supposed to do it. We're not. I can easily make the argument we're not there because you haven't produced. You're the missing piece, and you haven't put in the work. And look, this isn't a exclusive thing to Marvin. I think it's the way basketball and fame works right now. But Marvin, you aren't Mitch Richmond. You aren't DeMarcus Cousins. Hell, we're about a season or two away from saying you're not De'Aaron Fox. You ain't been here 5, 6, 7 years and had to suffer through bad decisions left and right and people not being able to put the right people around you. You're not them. Those guys had a right. When DeMarcus left, we were sad because we were like, yo, he's gone, but we want to see him make it. When Mitch left, yo, we were sad, but hey, he put in his time out here. He gave us everything he got. We want to see him make it. Heaven forbid we get to the point where De'Aaron is like, yo, I need to get out of here 7 years into his career. We'd be like, hey, man, we don't want to see you go, but we don't blame you. We want to see you rock. Hell, Bogey was here for 20 minutes, and they're loving him this playoffs. You ain't put in that work. You ain't put in that time here. You have not put in that time here. You've been in the league 3 years. You played 118 games in 3 seasons. The hell you doing asking for a trade or trying to blame somebody else for the fact that you can't get on the floor?
That's probably another thing worth pointing out is all NBA players aren't created equal.
Hell no.
You ain't Anthony Davis. You ain't, Rich Paul and the 76ers having conversations today about Ben Simmons. You ain't Ben Simmons. You ain't Chris Paul. You ain't none of the. You ain't Carmelo Anthony in Denver. You ain't none of these guys who have, as you said, put in that work and been around an organization for a long time. You ain't one of those guys. And looking back at this draft class, we knew the class was good. And I think that's the part that gets to him the most is I don't know what's happening in this draft class is necessarily a big surprise. DeAndre Ayton is good. He was the number 1 overall pick. He obviously was good when they selected him. Luka, you could say he's played way above expectations. That's fine. Most people thought Luka heading into the draft was very, very good. Jaren Jackson Jr. has a similar issue with Marvin Bagley is that he struggles to stay on the floor. Trae Young, I mean, he's emerged as a superstar here in this postseason. But those picks, you knew. Hell, even Colin Sexton is good. You know what I mean? You give Mikal Bridges, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander is in the same draft. Like Michael Porter Jr. was drafted later. Like these are guys you knew. Like, man, there's some really, really good players in this draft. And I think it just eats at him to know I ain't one of them.
And it should. It absolutely should. But once again, your energy, your anger, in my opinion, is
Focused
misguided.
in the wrong. Yep.
It's misguided. It's like, yo, I'm not getting it done. And what do I say all the time, Damian? I don't come on here and tell these athletes like, yeah, I should say that I suck. Nobody's saying that. Both of us think you're a very talented basketball player. I'm going to continue to say that because I believe that. I know you believe that. We believe in his potential and what he can do talent-wise. But we need to talk bottom line. We could talk potential about the Kings and why they haven't made the playoffs for 15 years. Don't nobody want to hear that. They want to hear the bottom line. The bottom line is they haven't got it done. The bottom line, Marvin Bagley, no matter who you think the problem is or whatever the case may be, the bottom line is you haven't got the job done. You haven't been available. The Kings ain't going out there hurting you. They ain't pulling no Tanya Harding and coming into the locker room and hitting you with a crowbar. You're the one getting hurt. You're the one that can't come back in time. That ain't the Kings' fault. That ain't Twitter's fault. Hell, it's not even your fault, but it's a reality. It is what it is.
Do we know for sure that he hasn't been hitting with a crowbar?
We don't know that for sure.
Do we know that someone didn't come from underneath the ring and do the old
hit him with a Kindle stick?
Triple H with the sledgehammer? This is all speculation. We don't believe that it's happened.
Brandon Williams with the sledgehammer.
Okay, and there's someone else. How have we gone 43 minutes and we haven't blamed Brandon Williams? Because I was told everything was Brandon Williams' fault.
Another guy lost his job because of Marvin.
Well, there you have it. And boy, the stories they put out to spin that. Oh, but at some point, we need to have a really uncomfortable conversation about some things that have happened in the Kings organization over the last couple of years.
Anytime.
And Brandon Williams, the heat that he took, that was not his heat, bruh. We've got a loaded show today. Renee Montgomery is going to join us coming up at 1:20. Deuce and Mo coming up at 1:47. Drake Yu coming up at 3:20. We've also got Cash coming your way. 10 minutes past the 1 o'clock hour. We've got a lot more coming here as D'Lo and Casey continue on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320. Absolutely. We got KC here, right? Oh, okay. So just 240. Oh, okay. Okay. I took the McQueen read because I thought you had two city reads, but you just got the one in 243. Y'all are in here today, boy. Well, if you new, welcome.
Yes, indeed.
Hit the subscribe button, please, please, please.
Hey, man. Damian ain't. Hey, man. Don't believe everything y'all hear.
Yeah, y'all might want to fall back on that take a little bit.
That's all I'm gonna say.
Yeah, that was a hit job. That was Joe Pesci and Goodfellas.
Real talk. I'll throw this out here. I ain't afraid to say it. Brandon Williams wanted to take Luka.
That's absolutely.
He absolutely wanted to take Luka.
Boy, they spun that something vicious.
Man.
Gotta blame somebody. Let's blame this guy.
Oh, Sway. Thank you very much, sir.
I'm with Rocky. The guy who drafted him. That's who wanted him. The guy who made the selection. I don't know how that got turned into Brandon Williams after it all went wrong. It was Vlade. Vlade wanted Marvin.
And like we talked about earlier, he didn't got that man fired. That man lost his job. We didn't talk about pick swaps and all this other stuff all we want. He got fired because he took Marvin Bagley over Luka Doncic.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't want to bury all the other stupid things he did, but I mean, the proverbial straw that breaks the camel's back, sure. Oh, dear. I just read Dave Lack's tweet. That's spectacular. Dave Lack tweeted, when Marvin visited his little brother's school and my daughter's school, Carnival, a couple years ago, and Marvin's dad wouldn't let any kids say hi to Marvin because, and I quote, "This is family time." I knew then we were dealing with divas.
That's crazy, man. And look, Damien, how many times have I said on a personal level, met the brothers, they're perfectly fine. I don't know them like that, but I don't have no bad interactions with them. But they wilding sometimes.
Mark, we got you. We got you. That's coming. Man. That's coming. No. I ain't stopped when Kenny hot like this. I ain't trying to throw the extinguisher on him, man. I'm gonna let him rock. I'm not gonna put that last YouTube message on. But your boy that you're is full of crap. So I don't Dragon Lord. I don't know. Is that Arizona? That's AZN Dragon Lord. I don't know what that means, but
yeah, man. When Damien go gets his juice, absolutely.
I'm out of juice. Not much. I'm out of juice, man. I'll get up and let y'all do your thing. But I went to the refrigerator today. I was like, oh no, I'm out of birthday suit.
So that would be the issue with a boxing show, right? Like, there's things that happen on Monday and Friday, but generally during the week, there's not much to talk about. You like just talk about the same things over and over again. And that's if there was like a fight this weekend. There is times when you go like a month where there's no real good fights. What the hell are we going to talk about? But you think we talk about speculation about basketball? Oh my gosh.
What a first 48. We might just re-rack this 48 minutes and play it again. We're just going to be on a continuous loop for the next. If our show wasn't so loaded today, if we didn't have Renee and Deuce and Mo and Drake and everybody joining us, we might just say, hey, we'll see y'all tomorrow, and just Kenny start from the top and run it back. Kenny did a whole best of show in the first 48 minutes today. And I'm just here hanging out the side of my best friend's ride. That's all I'm doing. It's a nice ride, too. I saw it parked in front of my house.
Oh, I mean, it's just, like I said, point A to point B. That's all it is.
That's all it is. But, and as much style as possible.
You know what? I think as long as we're almost a year now, the thing that frustrates me the most is personal or a lack of personal accountability. And it's okay to say, I can do better, or I got to do better. Like, that's okay. I say it all the time. I say it with a prediction, with a mock draft, with off the air stuff, man. Just, hey, man, nobody out here should be thinking or looking for perfection. There's always room to get better. And the thing that bothers me the most about any situation,
always strive for perfection, no?
Yeah, absolutely. You strive for it. You reach for the stars, so you land on the clouds. I firmly believe in that. But I don't like blaming other people when there's things that you haven't taken care of yourself. When I coach, I tell the kids all the time, don't talk to me about no referees. Please, parents, don't talk to me about no referees. Every perceived bad call, I can point to a bad offensive possession or a missed defensive assignment or a turnover. There's always somewhere where you can improve before you look to blame somebody else for your shortcomings. And Marvin, he hit that nerve last night.
I see that. We see that. The damn near 200 people watching on twitch.tv/ESPN1320 and youtube.com/ESPN1320. They saw it as well. And I saw your tweet last night that you had some heat from Marvin Bagley, and it was scorching today. And I guess
people didn't like that I said that either. They're like, you tripping.
What do you want to? What are we supposed to say in this situation? Like, what's the proper response to that? Like, oh, it's no big deal. What's the proper response? Like, oh, You feel bad for him? What is the proper response in this situation? If you have a different take, we'd love to hear it. 916-349-1320. You can certainly share it in the chat if you're watching on Twitch or YouTube. I'm just genuinely curious. What do you feel about Marvin Bagley? Because I feel like a lot of people, a lot of people will hang on to he's still young. He can still develop. He can still do this. He can still do that. I don't agree. I don't disagree with any of that. But that doesn't take away from Kenny's point is that he completely lacks accountability. I feel like Buddy Hield lacked accountability. Buddy Hield believed everything that was going on was the fault of somebody else. He was moved to the bench and got better and was still mad. It's like you start looking around and go like, are you in it for a win? Are you in it for the accolades? Like what exactly are you in it for? And I don't know. And I can say that about a lot of Kings. I don't know what they're in it for.
And a lot of times when Marvin wasn't playing in fourth quarters and I came on here and said he needs to be playing. It's ridiculous that he's playing such and such or Bielitsa playing and had him give him those minutes or whatever. I think he should have been playing in the fourth quarter too. But for a lot of time during that stretch, there wasn't much I could say because you know what? They were winning games. The actual time they were going on streaks of winning games, that was what was working. So I understand wanting to play and wanting to be involved, all this other. I get it. But like you just said, what's your objective here? Are you trying to get yours and we lose? Or if we're winning, what is there to pout about?
Yeah.
But I don't know. It all goes back to what I talked about earlier here. There needs to be a situation where all those people, Vivek, Monty, Luke, all these people, are you part of the solution? Are you part of the problem? There is no in between.
Yeah.
There absolutely is no in between. And you mentioned months ago, the conversation between Marvin and Monty needs to be had. What you want to do? What do you want to do? If you don't want to be here, tell me, we'll work on that. But I want to let you know if this is how they feel. I don't know. This is how I would say it because it's how I feel. We want you here. We want you 100% committed. Can you do that? If you say yes, let's rock. Let's make it happen. If you say you can't, all right, we'll look to move on. But like you just mentioned, you doing stuff like this ain't helping nothing. Hey, they couldn't get rid of you for Sadiq Bey. And Sadiq Bey is a cool player. He's cool. He ain't no all-star. I don't think he's going to be an all-star. He's a first-year player, and Detroit said no thank you.
They sure did. They took a hard pass. Let's get to these phone lines, man. It looks like some of y'all have something to say, and we're thrilled to hear from you. 916-349-1320. Let's start with our man TC. TC, what's good?
I was telling my brothers, man.
TC?
Oh, man, just chilling, man. So I'm going to make this real quick. Bagley has to go. I'm tired of his BS. He has to go. Second of all, it's two trade scenarios I've seen kind of earlier. What do you guys think about it? I'll take it off air. First one is Harrison Barnes to the Heat for Precious and Iguodala. And also the second one is Bagley to the Pacers for TJ Warren and what's that guy's name? Jeremy Lamb. What you guys think?
Jeremy Lamb. Hey, we appreciate that, TC. Here's the question I'll ask for both of them. Why would they do it?
Well, Miami might do it for the Precious deal for Harrison. Miami could use somebody like Harrison Barnes. That would help them. Iguodala, he's
and that's
over the hill.
Yeah.
Precious is a young dude that I like. I like him, but maybe there's not a place for him with Bam there right now or whatever the case may be. I don't know, but that might be for that. Indiana, I don't know. TJ Warren's hurt a lot too. I mean, he was crazy in the bubble and doing some crazy stuff last year, but he was hurt often this past year.
By the way, Indiana named Rick Carlisle their new head coach. And Rick did something really interesting during his press conference or during his, I don't know what it was. I guess it was a Zoom. I don't know what it was. I don't even know where the quote came from, but I found it really, when I saw it, it was really interesting. We'll bring that to you. 916-349-1320. I think we got Will Z here. We got the official D'Lo and KC statistician. What's up, Will?
How's it going, guys? So I was looking at past number 2 picks and basically took their year 3 stats and compared it with their career points or career stats. So seeing like once they hit year 3, what changes through the rest of their career. And there's like no change between year 3 and their career total. So my points go actually down a little, which makes sense as they get older. But this rebounds, blocks, steals, they are stagnant. So realistically for Bagley, we're looking at his career-ending stats to be pretty much exactly what they are now. Which I know my biggest fear is him going somewhere else and like exploding. I just don't know if that's going to happen. If by year 3 our players what they are, especially when they're taking that high. So, cool history of the numbers.
Yeah,
Will Z,
it.
always hard at work. We appreciate you, buddy. Thanks, man. 916-349-1320 if you want to get in.
And I was just going to say, I mean, I'm a believer that if Marvin can stay healthy, that he's a good ball player. Like he's gonna put up the numbers. If he left the Kings, I would expect him to go somewhere and play well. Not just because like, oh, he's not on the Kings no more. It's because I think he's a good ball player. If it don't work here, it's because like this thing didn't work. But it's not because he's a bad ball player. If he stays healthy, I think he puts up the numbers. But once again, right now it is what it is. Like the back of your, this is an old school reference, the back of your baseball card or the back of your basketball card, that's what it is right now.
Mm-hmm. And the most glaring thing from the back of your basketball card is the number of games that you have not played.
Yes.
And the Kings have a problem with that. Kings fans have a problem with it. And maybe the number of games that you've played if you were in a Philadelphia 76ers uniform isn't a big deal.
Mm-hmm.
But when you're with the Sacramento Kings, and you know it's kind of along the lines of, and I know how you feel about this because you think Kenny went off in the first 48 minutes. Wait till this line here. I know how you feel about Michael Porter Jr., but it's why the Kings couldn't select Michael Porter Jr. You at the time you can't wait.
Mm-hmm.
Remember, Philly, and you and I have beat this to death this week, especially. They're going through this so-called process.
Mm-hmm.
We're drafting Joel Embiid. Joel Embiid can't play. That's all right. Joel, sit down. It's all right. That's all right. You need another year. Take another year, Joel. It's cool. It's cool. Ben Simmons, we drafted him number 1. He can't play. That's all right. That's all right. It's a process. You got to trust the process. Don't worry about it. We'll get you ready for year number 2, which will be your rookie year. It'll be all good. No problem. We did it with Joel. It works beautifully. Philadelphia, they had been to the playoffs year before. They were trying this tanking process to structure, at least I think they were, to structure a championship team. We trying to end a 15-year postseason drought, trying to shed the label of dysfunction, trying to shed the label of being, and it's a fair argument, the worst professional sports franchise. That's all. We're trying to do that. You can't take a player. And you and I both believe Michael Porter Jr. is a star.
Mm-hmm.
At the time, in that moment, man, take him and you might not be able to play him for a year. Oh, and it's a back issue. Might be a year and a half. Might be 2 years. Quite honestly, it might be never. You can't roll. You know, Denver was the perfect team to roll the dice on him because they were already on the doorstep. You know, they missed the playoffs by a game. They were above 500. They were on the verge. They're a good team.
Mm-hmm.
They were on the verge of being a really good team. And as we learned the next year, that's exactly what they were without Michael Porter Jr. They were the number 2 seed, I think, that year.
Yeah, 2 or 3. One
so it worked for them. And then you get Michael Porter Jr. back and we see what they are, what next steps that they all take together. Like we talked about Jamal Murray coming back from this ACL injury to a potentially entirely different Denver Nuggets team where the power structure may have changed.
Mm-hmm.
He may be Hollywood now. He may be the third man. Because Michael Porter Jr. looked like a star here in these playoffs. You're listening to D'Lo and KC on ESPN 1320 KIFM, West Sacramento, KRXQ, HD2 Sacramento, and Odyssey Station, and driven by Lashers, Elk Grove, Dodge. We're live on Twitch. We're live on YouTube. We hope that you'll follow, subscribe, like, do all of that great stuff. Got a busy 1 o'clock hour. Renee Montgomery is going to join us in 20 minutes. We'll finally get to the Atlanta Hawks game last night. Deuce and Mo are going to join us coming up at 1:47. We've got your chance to win $1,000 coming up in 10 minutes. But with the Kings, you couldn't draft Marvin Bagley, see some, and then we sit him for a year. You sat him for, it was kind of a big deal. It was like 20 something games, maybe not quite that many, but he was shut down at the end of his rookie season by Dave Yeager. So like that was kind of like, all right, that's okay. We've seen enough. He'll be out there. He'll be ready to start. He'll be that guy. We thought at the end of that rookie year, even when he was shut down, all good. We've seen enough. He's the guy we wanted. All right, here we go. Next year, never gets out the block. And I got to wonder too, again, not to, I guess this is sort of a defense of him. I got to wonder how just psychologically damaging that was. Like he got hurt in game 1. So if he had any momentum coming out of the season prior, he got hurt in game number 1 at the very end of the game, for goodness sakes.
Right.
That's tough. And it never got, and of course that 2019-2020 season was an absolute disaster for him.
Hey, I think most reasonable people don't blame him for his injuries. He's not trying to get hurt. I don't think we both that feel like he works out, he takes care of his body, does all this other stuff. Hey, that's all great. He's out here trying to make sure he's ready to go. But I mean, you're not available. You know what I'm saying? Like you're not available. And how I remember, I think Jason Jones told us on the J Street 5 podcast. Luke Walton that first year had centered a whole lot. I don't want to say everything, but a whole lot around Marvin Bagley offensively. And he played like 14 games that year?
I think that's right. Yeah, 13 games that year.
So he basically said, yo, I'm coming in. I got plans for this guy. This is going to be huge. And he just wasn't there the entire year. And everything was like, well, damn, now I got to implement some new stuff and everything that was going on. And this year, he probably didn't make that same mistake. He's like, I can't do that again. The biggest thing with Marvin Bagley right now is he's not his fault, but it's reality. Not reliable. You can't rely on Marvin Bagley. You can't rely on him to be there. You just can't. And how can you say, all right, this is going to be my starting lineup or my closing lineup or whatever, when you don't know if that guy's going to be there from game to game, to minute to minute? And people, look, I love Pete Youngman. That's my guy. That's my guy, that whole training staff and whatever the case may be. And if Marvin has a beef with the training staff, he has beef with the training staff. I know other Buddy's playing he got the same training staff. Buddy there every night. You know what I'm saying? People have gotten hurt, come back before they were expected to with the same training staff.
And Pete ain't even there no more. So maybe that's part of the problem. Maybe, hey, call it what it is. I don't know the training staff there. That's not a knock on them, but I know Pete's good.
Absolutely.
I know Pete's very good, but
absolutely.
I don't know as much about the crew that's there, so I won't speak on him. But I know Pete's good at his job.
But I say that to say, even if people want to say something about the training staff, these other guys are out there they're playing. These other guys ain't playing 14 games in a season.
Yeah.
They're playing more than 20 games in a row. So it can't just be, oh, well, and I know he hasn't said this, people just alluded to it, but it can't be, oh, well, the training staff, they're getting it right. Everybody else is relatively fine, outside of probably Rashawn, who's missed some games. Everybody else is fine. They playing. They gutting through stuff.
Buddy out there hobbling around on a jacked up ankle, trying to get his roster bonuses, man. trying to get his contract bonuses.
Trying not to get fouled.
Trying not to get to the I already hit my free throw line percentage bonus. If I get to the line one more time and miss one, man, it's all bad.
This 30-footer real quick.
Let me go ahead and pull up.
Make sure I don't get to the cup.
Trae Young style. Bang. But yeah, they out there. I think the only thing that, De'Aaron came back from was it an ankle? What knocked him out of something knocked him out of did he bump knees? Yeah, like before the Detroit game, where I think that was the beginning of the season going to hell. They're in Detroit, like
Orlando.
Oh, it was Orlando. Okay, because that's when Marvin.
They haven't had no injuries.
Yeah, right. That's exactly what it was. That very same day, Marshall Harris joined us. Hey, they've been able to avoid the injuries that night. Last minute, De'Aaron's out of the lineup. Last minute, Marvin Bagley's out of the lineup, and then everything went wrong after that. And that was the beginning of, I think, the 9-game losing streak number 1. That was the very beginning.
Number 1, Jesus.
But point being, De'Aaron, came back from that relatively quickly. Harrison had some issues in which he was in and out. Bagley seems to be the one who takes the most time to come back from injuries, and I don't know what that means. It is what it is. Whatever it means, I don't know. But
let's just call a spade a spade. Everybody's body is different, or whatever the case may be. But this man LaMelo Ball got surgery and came back in like 4 or 5 weeks. Marvin was out like 6-7 weeks, and LaMelo got surgery. And this is, maybe you can blame the Kings for this. Maybe you blame Bagley for having the idea, whatever the case may be. But LaMelo didn't go back to Chino Hills after he got hurt. He was there.
Yeah. Still haven't gotten clarity on how that happened. Other than we talked with his people, and I think he said talked with his representatives or his agent or something, and decided this was the best. Really? Because if that was the best alternative, alternative is the wrong word. If that was the best idea, we've got a problem. We've got a problem. And it goes back to you can want whatever you want. I'm trying, Jennifer. You know what I mean? That's what it boils down to. We want next Friday off. Guess what? We might not get it. Just because we want something doesn't mean it's going to happen. Just because Marvin wants something doesn't mean that Monty McNair can go execute it. It doesn't mean that Vlade could go execute it. It doesn't mean that Luke Walton's going to do what he wants him to do. It doesn't mean that Dave Yeager is going to do what he wanted him to do. It's quite easy for us to say, hey, we've got this trade proposal for Ben Simmons. Cool. Why the hell would Philadelphia do it? Well, we've got an idea for Sabonis and Siakam. Cool. You think Rick Carlisle's riding with that? You think Rick Carlisle wants to deal with Buddy Hield? Think. Nick Nurse? Probably not. Why would I part with Siakam? That's stupid. We could want a lot of different things. It don't mean we're going to get it.
Right. And in that case,
that's true for Marvin.
And in that case, this professionals, man, you act like one. Act like a pro. You want to trade? Maybe Monty was saying, all right, we'll work on that. We'll get that done for you. Act like a pro, man.
Corey on YouTube makes a good point. At least in my opinion, it's a good point. YouTube.com/ESPN1320 if you want to watch the show. Hard to gain the respect of teammates with that kind of crap.
I would think so.
Yeah.
I would think
I'm with it.
Hey, look, man, aside from Buddy, nobody else is doing this. You know what I'm saying? Like, nobody else is doing this.
Yeah.
De'Aaron ain't doing this. Tyrese is the exact opposite, saying, yo, I want to get this done here. I'm excited. I want to change things. Nobody else is doing this. How is it so hard for Marvin now and that team not to do this stuff, man? How is it so hard for them? Like, I just got to. I have to like this. I have to cause a D-Lo and KC to spend a whole hour on this trash. I have to.
It's an hour and 10 minutes to be exact. So far, we got 2 hours and 50 minutes to go. But first, hey!
Money talk.
Here comes the money.
This show goes by so fast when Kenny's angry. It's time for the Summer of Cash contest. Here's your chance to win $1,000. Text the code word FACE to 72881. That's FACE as in the face. 72881. This is a multi-state contest. Message and data rates apply. And remember, don't text and drive. Just quick before we continue, Jesse, you do not get the in the face reference, do you?
I've heard it, but I don't get it.
Okay, that's fine. Thank you for being here.
Oh, see, now I'm drawing a blank. Oh, I've heard it. I got it. What movie? Don't wait.
Kenny, I will walk out. I swear to God.
No. Hey, how can I do that? It was on last night and I watched it.
How many movies did you watch last night?
No, I watched. I went to sleep watching that last night. Still hilarious. To be loved. To be loved.
Oh, what a feeling!
Up. Shut the hell up.
But doesn't someone yell F you and he goes, yes, F you too. Goodness, that's a great movie. That is the absolute best.
That's just like a perfect scene too. Like he's singing and everybody in New York, my God, shut the blank up.
To be loved. To be loved. Oh, what a feeling to be loved. You can make a sequel to Marvin Bagley. Coming to Sacramento with Marcus.
I thought you were going to say Jalen Johnson.
Oh, God. No, I'm not wishing that upon Kenny Caraway's mock draft 1.0. Though you got, for those who weren't watching, if you were just listening, Kenny got an emphatic thumbs down from James Ham on his first draft. James Ham gave a no.
Hey, to be fair,
if James Ham could have used another finger on the stream, he might have.
Oh, like that Padres fan? Did you see that clip?
Oh my God, I would have grabbed that dude by the throat. Like, I really hope they knew each other.
They had a fight in the stands the night before. Not those people, but
Padres and Dodgers.
Viral fight.
Baseball fans wilding out.
Baseball wilding out.
They're all mad because of baseball. Baseball was cracking me up. Max Scherzer was telling the umpires they were demanding that the umpires check Bryce Harper's hair, which is just fantastic. I love that this is a total debacle. I love that this is absolutely a whole entire debacle.
Joe Girardi trying to fight players.
Oh, he was ready to go. I thought he was about to fight the umpire. Umpire grabbed him and moved him back. Like, them umpires get physical with managers, boy. We'll step out. We'll come back. Renee Montgomery, the vice president of the Atlanta Dream and the analyst for the Atlanta Hawks. She joins us next. We'll talk about the Hawks and the Bucks for the very first time today.
It's a Sacramento show, baby.
Always. Oh, shoot. We could go 3 more hours on Marvin and the Kings. It's D'Lo and KC here on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320.
Facts. Give me that evolution.
Oh, Randy sold that. Randy sold that so well.
I wasn't watching, so I wasn't really familiar, but even I know that was like an epic moment when he did that.
Just Randy sold it so well because he had just become the champion and which they kind of erased from history because of who he beat. And like he was starting to get cheered and he got and really like 100% credit, I think, goes to Triple H just because he does this.
That was a good call.
And like, and Orton's face changes, and then he does and Batista falls back, and I think they like busted him open. Like, yeah, that was a good angle. Though Randy Orton, the baby face at that time, didn't really work, but that was a good angle.
Yeah, I don't think Randy Orton ever works as a baby face.
Yeah, I agree.
Here we go. Yeah, he's crying. Randy's crying.
Pull your mic down a little bit. This mic is different, so when you're not on top of it, yeah, your voice. That's
a little better.
Yeah. When you're not on top of it, your voice fades a little bit.
Gotcha. Let me make sure we're good here. There you go. Batista picks him up. Randy's crying. Oh yeah, evolution.
Damn, this is actually true. I was at that summer league, and he did not.
Oh, facts.
He
Jesus
did not.
Christ.
Yeah, he did not.
Yeah, I don't think he played. No, he might have played because I think he didn't. He had a bad game the next day. I was about to say I don't think he played after that Lakers game, but I think he did, and he struggled.
Was that the California Classic or Summer League?
Yeah, California Classic.
I think that was the plan, though. I think the plan was to play those guys, all of those guys, for the first game, and then they weren't going to play in the next two, and then they would get the run in summer league.
What I'm saying is, I think he played the next game and struggled.
Oh, okay. I don't remember. All I remember is that first game, which was such a.
That was a moment.
It was so insane.
That was a moment.
It was so insane.
I did see that Keon Johnson has bounce. My goodness. I knew he had bounce, but I didn't know he had it like that. Jeez. What?
Wait, what?
Wow, no, I did not
missed
see
that. The accuracy of these two messages are so frustrating. And then John follows it up with, "Yep, that's the highlight last 15 years."
Marvin ain't done nothing since that 360 alley-oop. That was the last great Marvin moment.
He had some good games.
He had 2 good games at the end of this season.
He did.
But when they needed him most, he wasn't.
Tantalizing.
Spurs game and then the Grizzlies game.
And that was frustrating. That Spurs game was frustrating. Like, fam, you right there. Are we at 100? Are we at 100 likes yet? I know y'all blew. Oh my gosh, man, y'all are killing it.
Yeah, man, y'all
hit the subscribe button if you knew.
Hey, man, appreciate y'all, man.
Yeah. To be loved. Yeah. Sorry, I should have told you that. Drake's not on the stream, is he?
No, he's on the
You
phone.
make sure Jesse's got that.
Yeah, let me get that number too, Jesse.
Yes, indeed. Streaming live on twitch.tv/ESPN1320 as well. YouTube.com/ESPN1320. Renee Montgomery covers the Atlanta Hawks and owns the Atlanta Dream. She's set to join us coming up in just a couple of minutes. Probably should have mentioned this right out the gate. She's going to join us on the stream. She'll be with us visually as well as audibly, or Odyssey, the Odyssey app. Available wherever you get your apps from. You can listen to
bars, man.
Damon
got bars.
I'm like Casey on a Friday, baby. You know how I go.
I can't wait for tomorrow.
Okay. How about the Hawks, man? And we'll as the theme of the 2018 draft class continues. Trae Young has gone from like star in the league to superstar this postseason. He's been phenomenal. And I noticed something because I feel like let's start here. As Renee's going to join us here any minute. Do you have a problem with the Bucks last night? I mean, obviously they lost. I understand that, but are you looking at the Bucks sideways?
I mean, I'm just kind of shaking my head. I still think they're going to win the series. That's what I'm expecting. But I'm just like, man, come on now. Y'all did this again. Now, I was going to mention a stat. I know specifically this team. It might have happened somewhere else. But the 2001 Philadelphia 76ers, they went to the NBA Finals. They lost every game one on the way to the finals. Now, obviously, Milwaukee didn't lose game one of the first round. But
if anybody ever gets into a trivia contest about the 2001 Philadelphia 76ers, and you've got the option to phone a friend, you gotta call KC.
One of the great games was they had a game, I think it was a couple days after Christmas at Arco Arena, overtime. Allen Iverson goes for 46. It was on NBC Saturday primetime. What a game.
That's a Kings game. I remember that. You remember exactly. You remember you've got all the wild Philadelphia 76ers stats to roll along with you there. But I was watching, that game was in Milwaukee, and it felt like as the Bucks were scoring, the Bucks, like, they weren't hitting like mid-range jumpers. You know what I mean? Like it was, they were like impact scores. They were alley-oops, breakaway dunk. Like they were stuff that gets the crowd wild. And Atlanta never wavered. like they were chill. Like they were totally composed. And this is a perfect spot to bring in the Atlanta Hawks analyst and the vice president, Miss Vice President of the Atlanta Dream. Let me get all this background noise off there. Sorry. What's up, Renee Montgomery?
What up, Duncan? How you doing?
I'm good, Joe. You've got a lot happening in that Renee cave behind you, man. That's legit.
Yes, this is my life behind me. You'll see all kinds of things from everywhere I've been.
Nice.
You've been a lot of places. I kind of teased this yesterday before we dive into the Atlanta Hawks, because I want to ask you about a couple of things we saw last night. The last time you and I talked was the summer of 2020. We were doing a podcast. You're in Atlanta. Yep. You were in the midst of everything that was going on in the streets, and we wrapped up recording. We were just kind of talking. I've known Renee since like 2010, I think.
Yeah.
And Renee says, yo, I haven't, said this publicly yet, but I'm going to opt out of the WNBA season.
Yep.
Yo,
yeah,
what you have done since we hung up the phone that day is absolutely incredible. Like, I mean, I could do the line, like, I'm so proud of you. Like, it's phenomenal that you opted out of that season. You said you were going to focus everything on, social justice issues. You tied in with the More Than a Vote campaign. Yep. And then you just bought a WNBA team, that's pretty legit, Renee.
Boss moves.
No, it's crazy because shouts to you for being a good journalist, because nowadays, we've seen where things leak and things slip. You didn't let it slip out or nothing. So big love to you for that. I didn't know, I talked to you then. I really just wanted to try to see what I could do. I didn't know what that was going to look like, but I was like, all right, let's see what we can do. And then the More Than a Vote camp reached out to me, and I was like, oh, wow. Okay. So now we got some fuel. We got some gas. Like, what are we trying to do? And then it just turned into more and more opportunities to help. The Hawks were doing things, opening up their arena for voting, and it just led, one thing kept on leading to the next thing. And I was along for the ride. I was down to go wherever this was going to take us. And it took us to flipping the Senate. It took us to winning the presidential election. And when I say us, I mean, like, Georgia was a huge part of all of this. So I felt really proud to just I don't feel like I had a direct effect, but I felt proud to be a part of this movement where voter turnout was bigger than it's ever been before.
No, I mean, you got influence though, and you use that in a positive way. You use that to affect change. You definitely had a major effect, in my opinion, in everything that went down. But I'm just still the boss move of all boss moves here, out here buying franchises, being the owner of a team. Tell me a little bit more about that whole process, how that happened, and how you were able to close that deal.
Man, it was a long process, honestly. It wasn't like an overnight thing in a sense. It was a lot of worry, a lot of pressure. We had to apply pressure to certain groups. Like, it was my family. At certain times I was like, first of all, when my fiance, Serena Grace, told me, you really should just try to buy the team, I looked at her like, what are you talking about? Aren't you, like, are you living the same reality I'm living? But that's why sometimes you need people that see you differently than you see yourself, because I didn't see myself as the owner when she first said it. But the more I started talking to my family, my parents, Snook and Diddy, I started to, like, everyone was acting like it wasn't a big deal. Like, yeah, you should do it. And I'm like, wow, okay, so how do we go about this? And Kathy Engelbert, the commissioner of the WNBA, I have to give her so much love and credit, because she's the one that whenever it was like I felt uncomfortable or nervous, like, where are we at with that? How's it coming? She'd be like, it's coming. It's good. You're all right. So she was really, integral in that. More Than a Vote. We talked about it. I let it be known to them that I wanted to be a part of the ownership group. It was so many people. I don't want to forget people by shouting people out individually, but it was a long process. It's not easy to get into the club of ownership group. But man, my family, every time I was like a little discouraged, my family would be like, no, you're going to own this team. And they just kept on pushing me. So really, I mean, the people around you really matter, because at certain points, I didn't know if it would really happen. Even now, it's like crazy to me that it really happened.
A couple of things. I do have to do this every time I talk to Renee, because this happens every time. Snook is a nickname for her mom. Diddy is a nickname for her dad.
Yes.
It's not Sean Combs. Like, I think a lot of people just like connected dots like, yo, it all makes sense. No, not that Diddy. That's just the nickname for her dad. That's
not that Diddy. Yeah,
yeah.
You're right. Thank you for translating my nicknames. Yes, I have nicknames for a lot of folks.
And one thing that I've watched you do on social media, you spent some time covering the Atlanta Hawks as well. You're probably the only shooter in Atlanta who might be able to keep up with Trae Young, but man, that dude has become an absolute superstar in this postseason, Renee. And one thing that I was talking about as you were joining us is last night the Bucks had high impact basket after high impact basket. It was dunk, it was alley-oop, but that Atlanta Hawks team looked so composed. As they were down 5, 6, 7 in the fourth quarter, they looked completely unfazed. Is that Trae? Is that Nate McMillan? Is that just the makeup of this team? Like, how can this team, who's never been in this situation before, be that composed in the Eastern Conference Finals?
I mean, listen, you got a lot of underdogs that's trying to prove a point. There was a lot of people that get paid a lot of money that thought we were going to get swept by the Bucks, that thought we wouldn't have made it out of the first round, that thought that we were just a part of the playoff bracket, but no one was really talking about that part of the playoff bracket. Like, there's a lot of that happening. So when you mix in Nate McMillan, who is amazing, he's been amazing in how he's controlled the team, the temperature of the team, put the pieces together. You got a Trae Young who got snubbed on an all-star game in Atlanta. We got Clint Capella, led the league in rebounding pretty much the whole season, top in blocks, didn't make any all-defensive team. You got John Collins, who turned down money to bet on himself. So he's betting on himself every game. Come on, we got players that want to turn up. Even a Red Velvet, who a lot of people don't talk about him for being one of our good draft picks. I mean, we got a lot of players that want to prove a point, and they're doing it one game at a time. I mean, if you go into Madison Square Garden and shush them, you're shushing Spike Lee, you're looking around, telling everybody, see you in the A, then you just repeat that same process in Philly and close it out on their court again. I mean, I love it. Like, I'm telling you, this is the worst thing that could have happened for people if they know me, because you can't tell me nothing right now. I'm letting everyone know what they told me when I said, yes, let's get Bogey in the offseason and Gallo. Everybody's like, Bogey and Gallo, what kind of, y'all just throwing money at people. Okay, that's why I was telling everybody, all right. And now I'm just going to make sure they know, yes, we're doing that. We stole game one on the road, Eastern Conference Finals, and we're here.
Well, Renee,
full disclosure, Kenny and I might have.
I was just about to say, she said a lot of people that get paid a lot of money were saying they had no chance. Well, there's a lot of people that don't get paid a lot of money that are saying the same thing. Okay, I gotta be real.
Yeah, listen, I like that you guys tell the truth and shame the devil. No one saw it for us. We weren't hurt. We were hurt all year, but we don't have national TV games either. That's another problem. People were like, "Wow, Trae Young got that in his game." I'm like, yeah, have you seen him play? But I forget that casual fans might have seen him play the 3 national TV games we had, and that's it. Come on. How can you make an analysis and you don't watch?
Well, we were watching. We were just trying to get John Collins off of your roster and over here. Like, that was our early discussion on the Hawks, was like, yo, there's something ill in Atlanta with John Collins. Like, maybe that could be, y'all can have Bogey. Let's see if we can get our hands on John Collins out here.
Dude.
And that doesn't feel like that's going to be a discussion this offseason.
Nah, that's it. It's a wrap. That's it.
Y'all have gone on the road every playoff series, and you can speak to this. Like, how difficult is it in those situations to go out there and stay composed and win those road games like that?
Oh, it's so hard. And you got to remember, most of the players that are doing this, closing out those hard games on the road, haven't even been to the playoffs.
Mm-hmm.
Like, literally have never made it to the playoffs. And they're going into some of the hardest, like, when you think of New York fans, we all know what we think of when it comes to that. When you think of Philly fans, we all know what you think of when it comes to that. And we got a group of guys that have never been to the playoffs going into these harsh environments and, like, really, like, knuck if you buck. You know what I mean? Like, they're with everything. Like, they're with all of it. And so, I don't know. It's like, it's a fun team to cover. Because, I mean, look at John Collins. He wore his poster of Joel Embiid at the press conference. I mean, there's a different type of swag these guys have. Like, there's an he got that shirt obviously made before the game. You know, like, he had that shirt in his bag ready to go, knowing that they wanted to close out on the road. I mean, that's cold-blooded.
And the wild part, wasn't that dunk from Game 6, KC? Wasn't that the day before?
Game 6. Yeah, it was game 6.
Obviously, he got a shirt guy.
Yeah.
He got a shirt guy, and he was ready. Like, think about what to wear a shirt like that. I'm just saying, like, I'm not even that bold. I'm the hype man, like, I'm not gonna hype myself. I'm gonna hype everybody else up. But to wear a shirt like that and sit in the press conference smiling, chains on, I'm like, I love it here. I'm sorry, I love it.
I could see Renee wearing a shirt of her crossing someone up. By the way, don't let this new Miss Montgomery boss lady thing fool you.
No way. I would not. I would wear a shirt of my teammate crossing somebody before I wear a shirt of me crossing somebody. I like to hype everyone else up. Like, I'm not getting too crazy when I make my threes. Go watch the tape. But if somebody else makes a three, or TT or somebody makes a play, go watch how I react on that.
Absolutely. I would love to see it though. I'd love to see somebody getting crossed over and you go to the press conference or you come in the arena wearing that shirt. I'd love to see it. I'm just
talking about some, you know why I'm here. Yeah.
Yo, your UConn legend teammate Tina's still balling at like it's 2011 all over again or 2010 when she won the MVP. Like, she's still getting buckets for Mike in Washington.
Listen, she is on a revenge tour. She talked about it. She said, they fired me on my day off in New York, and I took that personally. And I'm like, okay, TT, my bad. She breaking double records of Lisa Leslie. She's dropping a 30-piece nugget every single game at this point. It's
crazy.
Like I said, it's just, we love to see it. And you was around during that era where that's my homies. It's not like, that's my basketball. Like, we've been through the thick of things. And so even on the Olympic team, there's 5 Huskies on there. So I had to throw that in there. Shouts to the Tokyo 2021 roster. Love to see it. We love to see it.
I can agree with that. And Renee, I gotta ask you, because I spent so much time dismissing these guys. I gotta show them some love here with the Hawks.
Thank you.
Let me see if this equates just a little bit. De'Aaron Fox, our guy out here in Sacramento, when he was drafted, I was ecstatic. I was through the roof. I was like, this guy is a franchise changer. I love him. And I was like, yo, we got the guy. He's exceeded what I thought he could do as a player this year, almost averaging 26 points a game. The second half of the season, averaging 28. I thought he was going to be good. He's so much better than I thought he would. On a grander level, Trae Young.
Yep.
I want to know what you think about this, because I think a lot of people thought Trae Young could be a really good ball player. We like Trae Young. He can play. I feel like he's gone past the expectations even the most optimistic person had for him. Absolutely. Is that accurate with Trae Young? Is he a lot better than even you thought and other people thought he could be in this league?
I didn't watch him a lot in college, just, being completely honest. So when he got drafted, I saw like the highlights, and I'm like, there's certain things you got to see about players that we call them intangibles. Like you can tell now that he's on the big stage and everybody sees him like shaking off people. And when I watch his highlights, I'm like, oh, he got a little dog in him. Like that's just what I saw off rip. But to sports, everything is measured by height. Everything is measured by these certain things that they can see. And so even with myself, when people see a smaller guard or a smaller player, they automatically put a window on you. Like automatically it's like, oh, well, he's small. He's good, but even Steph Curry, when he came in, he's good, but he's small. Look at his frame. KD, when he came in, he's good, but he's too skinny. Can he compete at that size? That's how they judge people. That's how they if somebody's fast or athletic and huge, their ceiling, the potential is endless. And Trae Young is just not that typical mold where they're going to throw a superstar tag on him. He's the worst guy you could overlook. People know now he's the worst guy you could overlook. The best thing that happened to us in Atlanta is that he got snubbed in All-Star. Then people started getting hurt. I don't know if people remember, but people started getting hurt, declining All-Star, and then they called him and he tweeted out, "Nah, I'm good." I was like, oh, it's lit. Like, I knew the second half was going to be turned. We talked about it on the broadcast all year that this is Trae Young's revenge tour, and now everybody's seeing it.
Yeah.
Y'all got the Brinks truck in town for Nate McMillan yet, or no? Is that arriving later?
They better back it up.
Yo, what do you got next? I know you got Remotely Renee going on. You got a couple of different podcasts going on, don't you? I just heard you do one with Harrison Barnes.
Yeah, that's crazy you say that because right after this, first of all, I'm overdressed for the occasion. I apologize. I hopped on here right after another thing. But yeah, I'm going to hop on and we're going to record remotely Renee after this. But as far as what I have going on, remotely Renee is a podcast with my Snook, which is my mom, as Damien has told you, my sister, and my manager. And so it's like that feel of people that know me. We talk about sports business and all that. And then Take Line is with Crooked. And we talk about those issues that they don't let you talk about on sports TV shows, like the political issues, the social issues. What I got going on is just trying to build things, women's basketball took a dip for a little while where people weren't really paying it any mind. So here in Atlanta with my foundation, we're going to start Renee's runs where it's just pickup games, non-committal. If you show up, you show up, but we're going to have a videographer there. We're going to have, music, vibes. So bragging rights, everybody wants to talk about what they did at the gym. Well, now people can, and women can. It's for women only. And it's just trying to start a movement here in Atlanta that's not just about sports, but focused on women's sports.
We're going to start referring to you as Miss Montgomery when you here. Yes, ma'am. Like I'm texting Renee, like, yo, can you? This is where we are in the Renee Montgomery like empire building. Yo, Renee, you down to come on the show? Yeah, for sure. Hey, email my man Paul. Like that's where we are. Like I gotta go to the I can go to her.
I'm sitting right here on the show though. I gotta
go to the guy. Yo, you're the best, man. Thanks for joining us. Good luck. Hey, the doubt's gone. Y'all are it. I'm anxious to see what you're doing moving forward. I love watching your team. We'll see what happens the remainder of the way. But that Hawks team is for real.
Believe Atlanta now. All right. I don't want to hear nothing else.
I got you.
I don't want to hear nothing else. All right. It's up.
And look,
I got you.
I'm gonna say one last thing as well. We need Renee back on the show.
Okay.
When Atlanta takes on Sacramento in the WNBA. It's going to happen. I'm speaking
you talking expansion, bringing the Monarchs back.
Come on, man. Come on. We need to happen. So when they play each other here in Sacramento, we're going to have you live in studio because that's just what's going to happen. They coming back and it's all good.
Speak it.
That's there. It. That's what's up. Thanks, Renee. We appreciate you.
Absolutely.
All right. That's Renee Montgomery, the Hawks analyst, the vice president of the Atlanta Dream, the host of Remotely Renee, the UConn legend. She's got a number hung up there in stores. I forgot. I was trying to think of the name of the building.
What's the deal when sometimes they play at different arenas up there?
Well, sometimes they play at the XL Center, which is in Hartford. It's just bigger.
How far away is that from stores?
Stores is very legitimately in the middle of nowhere. So comfortably 30 minutes or so.
I think I've been to Hartford before. Yeah. When I do go to Connecticut, I go to Bridgeport. Shout out Bridgeport. And I think we went to Hartford one time.
Well, when you're in Hartford because like it looks like an actual city. Like there's a skyline. Like the rest of Hartford is just kind of like, or the rest of Connecticut, it's a little bit flatter unless you're going to like Stanford and you get towards that end. But when you go to Hartford, it looks like you're driving through a big city, or certainly bigger than anything that you've seen before. If you're in Connecticut,
Bridgeport was looking like a brick city. I know that.
Bridgeport's not that. Yeah, it's why the different areas in Connecticut are wild. Like there's stores. There's the southeast part by what's that? Is that Rhode Island? And then there's Hartford, and then you got like Stanford and Greenwich, all of the cities that are like near, like right by New York.
Yeah.
There's like Connecticut's like it's small, but it's like 4 different states. With they all look completely different than the other. Traffic patterns very different. You get to Stanford at the wrong time, you want to drive off the bridge.
Nah.
And for me, when I get to Stanford, all I'm looking is for the big WWE flag off of I-95.
That's all we're looking for.
I'm only an hour away from home now when I see it.
Not Stanford, who took a heartbreaking. I actually watched the 9th inning last night. Heartbreaking loss for Stanford in the College World Series. They were 5-4 in the 9th and blew it in an elimination game. I know Ramsey was watching that.
Of course, Ramsey was. We already know Ramsey was. Hopefully Deuce and Mo are watching. They're going to join us coming up here in just a couple of minutes. We'll get their thoughts on Marvin Bagley's Twitter behavior. We'll get their thoughts on the number 9 pick and what you could do with that, Ben Simmons. We'll get their thoughts on the Hawks, man. Are the Hawks fun? Like, are you enjoying watching the Hawks?
I got to be honest with you, Damien. I don't think I enjoy anybody outside the Kings.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh.
But I like the Hawks. Like I like Trae.
It's no way to live.
Really like. I don't like. I'm. Like
because you don't really enjoy the Kings either.
Yeah, I guess so. I guess you could say that. I enjoyed the last non-Kings team that I enjoyed was probably those LeBron and Kyrie Cavs teams. I enjoyed them.
Okay.
Now I wouldn't say that anybody would think they were fun to watch, but I loved Kyrie and LeBron together. That's what I like. But other than that, I'm just bitter. I'll watch the game. I love watching the game, but is anybody fun to me? Hell no. Kings aren't winning. Ain't nothing fun about that.
I mean, they ain't playing either. You can't lose a game you don't play.
That's why it's not fun.
You've had months. You had like a month to get over it.
Yeah, fun is a strong word. I enjoy the games. Fun, no.
See, I definitely think that when you have moments like you had at 12 o'clock and I just kind of sit back and listen, for 13 minutes or for 48 minutes or whatever it may be. That's like our version of therapy. I've always said, like, I want you to get therapy because you need to get some things off your chest.
Yeah.
That's what it is. Like, I'll be your therapist. I'm good with that. I'm happy to do it.
Okay. I mean, I'm still going to have a chip on my shoulder watching these games until the Kings make the playoffs.
It's really more fun if you just swipe the chip off. Like, I enjoyed watching the Hawks. Like, when you can just acknowledge, man, I blew it. I was Renee described us to a T. People were looking at us throwing money. What are you doing with this? What are you doing with that? I was like, yeah, you've been listening, huh, Renee? You knew he was going to have to cop to that.
And look, Trae, I do enjoy Trae. And Trae throwing that ball off the backboard in the middle of the playoff, in the middle of the Eastern Conference Finals.
Man.
John Collins, come on, man.
That ain't all he did yesterday either. He was open for like 5.5 seconds, was dancing along the way. We'll talk with Deuce and Mo. There's a lot more to talk about as it pertains to the Hawks and the Bucks. Chris Paul is back tonight. Most important game of Chris Paul's career. We'll talk about that. We'll talk with Deuce and Mo as they join us next here on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320. I think you're good, Casey. You're good.
Okay. Let me slide real quick.
Yep. Deuce.
What's up? Did I just hear Kenny say he doesn't like watching the Hawks?
Yeah, he doesn't like anything. He's bitter.
God.
He's bitter. I'm enjoying like we were just talking with Renee Montgomery. My take on the Hawks was just hella bad. It was just so wrong.
Same.
So wrong.
But isn't it okay to say, like, I mean, it didn't look good early on though either, right? Like the Rondo thing did not work, and luckily they got out of that, got Lou Williams for it. But it's not like it was perfect. What are you doing? What do you got going on over here, Morgan?
I made some. Oh my god, I'm gonna.
Oh dear.
I made some homemade vegan pizza, and it's like on my hand, and then I just realized I was licking it off my hands live.
Yeah, what
spectacular.
Which is like, this is me at home, everyone. I'm gross.
Man.
So yeah, I mean, I was able to catch a good chunk of the podcast after our call this morning, and I tuned in just in time for pimple popping and a close up of Deuce's wart.
Oh,
so that was fun.
It's gross.
That was good stuff.
Yeah, thank you. We have some hard hitting content. You
missed the first 45 minutes, which actually hit on some stuff. You go, let's see what Deuce and Mo are talking about. Oh, pimple popping. Okay.
I did catch some thoughts on Ben before the call started. I did catch some of your thoughts on Ben Simmons, which we'll bring back here. But I wanted to hear Marvin, but I never what you guys thought about that, but never had a chance to get back to it. But
Dr. Pimple Popper.
Kenny, you got to enjoy the Hawks, man. You got to enjoy watching the Suns. It's okay to enjoy other teams, man.
Oh, well, hell no, I ain't enjoying the Suns. That ain't happening. I'm cool with it, so I don't like Phoenix.
Already? What is happening?
I ain't like Phoenix since '93. I don't like Phoenix.
Get over it, man.
He can't, man.
I wasn't even
He hangs
Kings fan.
on to it.
I wasn't even a Kings fan. I like the Bulls then. I ain't like the Phoenix since '93.
Then why do you care? The Bulls beat them. It's not like the Suns lost. You
Yeah,
guys beat them.
I
It's
ain't
6.
feeling Phoenix. I enjoy Atlanta though, and I like Chris Paul. I do like Chris Paul.
Okay. There you go.
Never get on Kenny's bad side because he'll remember forever.
Forever. What Chris Webber say? Forever.
Dude, your interview with Renee, that is awesome.
Oh, thanks. I'm
Yeah,
glad you liked
yeah.
it. I love Renee. She's dope.
Yeah. No, that was
Awesome.
super awesome.
It's so she was like 2 years out of college when we met, and to see she wasn't like wild or anything like that.
Yeah.
But to see where she's at like now and all of the different things that she's doing, it's just like, and I like in this, I don't know if you heard us tell that story. We talked in the summer of 2020 for the Be Conscious podcast, because she was like filming what was happening in Atlanta from her apartment.
Yes.
And she told me when the conversation was over that she was going to opt out of the WNBA season, and everything she's done since then has just been like boss moves.
Right. No, that's amazing. And that's why it's so cool that she took the time to even come on and kind of spread the love too. Cause I've seen her, in some of these other ESPN interviews, and I'm like, I don't even think she knows how awesome she is and like how people see her. Just powerful, awesome.
Yeah, she's good people. Good people. Good people.
Kenny, where are you at today?
I'm at my mom's house.
Oh,
Yeah, they're doing some construction on my house. So
Kenny's mansion is getting all.
got it. Are you doing an
Set
indoor
up.
court now or something? Is that?
I wasn't even gonna say what was happening. They're putting in French doors.
Wee. Okay.
No. That's cool though. Honestly,
Crazy though. That thing, if it weighed like 9 million pounds, I could never get the door.
oh
Why
yeah.
are the dogs barking now? Like what?
Because the show's on.
Yeah, no, and honestly, they're getting better and better.
Hang on
Carlin.
one second, guys.
Oh, yeah.
Show already in progress here on twitch.tv/ESPN1320, youtube.com/ESPN1320, the kings and queens of all media, Deuce and Mo joining us here on the show. Great to have you. What's up, crew?
How you doing, man?
Hey.
It's been
Yeah,
2 weeks, right? We didn't have them last week.
I
It's been
know.
2 weeks. It's crazy.
I know. I was thinking about that. I was like, wait, why haven't I seen you guys in a little bit? And that is why.
We were a little lost without you last Thursday. Can't lie.
Robin
Mm.
Thicke. Yeah.
A little bit.
So,
bit.
Y'all don't know about that Robin Thicke lost without you. Y'all don't know.
That's original.
I
That's
don't.
like
I
that's
don't.
original Robin Thicke. Like that was the first Robin Thicke hit, right?
In my head, he has had one hit.
What's
Not
that?
the
Oh,
worst
he's had a
song he
couple.
ever made. You talking about the worst song he ever made? What's
What was it called? The one they always play, like
Hey.
Hey.
Yeah, that's
Hey.
blurred lines.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
that's right.
Yes.
Kenny hates stuff that's popular. It's why he hates the Hawks. It's why he hates the Suns. It's why he hates virtually everything happening in the NBA right now. So let's start with that. Let's bring it home. Marvin Bagley's Twitter behavior.
We have to talk about this.
Yeah, I mean, I saw someone tweet about it last night. They liked that. And I went, okay, maybe he didn't like it. Maybe it was on accident. I've been there before. I was talking about, I'm not kidding you. So I've liked things on accident before. And one time I accidentally retweeted Alex Jones. You guys know Alex Jones?
Wow.
And
Yeah.
it was in the middle of the day. And I was like napping. It was like he was in the news. I was like, oh, what's he saying about all this stuff? And I clicked on it and I accidentally retweeted it. My thumb hit it or whatever. So anyway, my point is like, oh, maybe Marvin accidentally, he'll unlike it tomorrow. Okay. And then you see, I woke up at 3:00 in the morning and I see, oh, wait, he changed his like profile. Like took Sacramento Kings out of it, Phoenix. And I'm like, what are we doing? Like we dealt with the same stuff with Buddy last year with the Philly stuff. Stop liking stuff like that. I don't understand what goes through his mind at that point. If he doesn't want to be here, fine. But like, you can go about it a different way. And it's one thing when Team Bagley's tweeting out stuff. I don't care about his dad or his uncle or anything like that. Let them make noise. But now he's in on it and he's doing it. I didn't like it at all.
What's there to gain? You know, what do you accomplish by putting that out there? You just allow people to understand exactly how you're feeling. And that's something that could be dealt with, you know, behind the scenes. So it is strange because he is a pro. He is an adult. Even if he is a younger adult in this league, it's still strange that that is happening. And this is what sucks, you guys, because I really like Marvin Bagley as a person. I really do. And
the dogs don't. The dogs
no, they're going
God.
ape s right now.
They do not like Marvin Bagley as a person at all.
Deuce is gonna go put one down right now. So sorry, everyone. That PETA, watch out, because the Frenchie's going down. Because that's his bark. But with Bagley, it's like that's what I keep saying to Deuce is like I really like him. So I hate that this is what he's doing. And I feel like he's a really kind guy. So is there influence behind him also doing this? But at the end of the day, he's the one with the Twitter account that has the capability of liking and disliking and doing all that stuff.
Casey, can I hit a quick short follow up here? Deuce, I just want to be clear on something. You woke up at 3 a.m.
Yeah.
And the first thing you did was check out Bagley's Twitter account?
So here's my thing. When I wake up like an old man to go to the bathroom, at night, I'll go back to my phone and I'll start reading stuff. I'll read like The Athletic.
Oh, that's a terrible habit.
Oh, no, it works for me. I fall back asleep. I need it. And so then I check Twitter first and then I end up reading The Athletic because they got that dark background and it's not super bright so I can fall back asleep. When I saw that he changed his profile, I literally got upset. Like I had a hard time falling back asleep because I'm like, what are we doing here? Like, I want to be talking. I want to come on with you guys and be like, hey, let's talk about game 2, Kings, Suns tonight. What kind of adjustments need to be made? Like, what do we see in game 1? You know, stuff like that, which is fun. Like we spent the first half hour of our show talking about the Hawks game from last night. That was fun to talk about. Every few months, we're on talking about, hey, what player likes something on social media? And is this player unhappy? I'm like, I'm so tired of it. It's been going on for far too long.
Did everyone else hear him say King Suns?
Yep.
Yeah. You said you said King Suns game 1. What's going to happen in game 2? Funny.
We'd all love to be talking about King Suns.
That's what I'm saying. I was using it as an example. I'd love to be talking about the Kings in the playoffs and adjustments and talking about all that rather than hitting on this stuff. And it's like,
that's next level.
Yeah. Deuce is getting way ahead.
Oh yeah. Yeah. No, I'm just, it's exhausting. It's tiring. And I'm like, also, then I start reading into it. Like, okay, you like it. You like the post, but are you blaming like, is Sacramento holding you back? Are you going to go start somewhere else in the NBA right now?
Right.
That's unlikely at this point. I think Marvin has so much talent. I think all of us agree. That's the one thing. I mean, we give the guy credit. He's had some tough moments and dealing with the injuries and the pressure of being the number 2 pick. While you see Trae Young and Luka, DeAndre Ayton, you know, the list goes on of guys who are excelling at the highest of levels. And he's been on the sideline for a lot of it. It's tough. But he's got to be honest with himself. He's got to worry about what he can control. And that is finding a way to stay healthy, being on the floor, be a great teammate, play like a good teammate, and it'll all work out for him. My fear is that it's going to end up working out, and it's going to end up working out in a different city for him.
And that might be the case. And I wouldn't be surprised by that because like you guys said, I'll echo it. I think he's a tantalizing talent, as I always talk about. He's got a lot of talent. I still believe in his potential. But like I said earlier in the show today, I mean, there needs to be a lot of accountability for personal accountability for himself for what he has and has not been able to contribute to this. And if he's so frustrated in Sacramento, I mean, let's just be real. He's part of the problem. Things like this, the fact that he's not on the court, the fact that he's not producing like the 4 other guys around him in the draft, that's on him. And he wants to get upset about what's going on in Sacramento. If I wanted to be a real jerk, I could say it a certain way, but I'm just going to say he's been part of the reason 3 people don't have jobs no more, and 1 is on the hot seat. Like they all came, they're losing their jobs because of you.
And you know, the other thing is too, Kenny, I go, yeah, you know, there could also be some things behind the scenes that we may not know about, but you are completely right. He is still, no matter what, a little bit part of the problem in one way or another. So control what you can control and don't do anything to make things worse. And to see him do that, let's say there are other things going on behind the scenes. We were joking about it. We're like, what if for some reason he even knows today that he's going to be traded, him and the pick are going to be traded somewhere else. So he's already taken Sacramento Kings out of his bio. And that's why we're like, okay, there could be those things, but you're still publicly changing things, liking things, doing things that people are going to see and analyze.
Mm-hmm. That's facts.
Yeah, it's frustrating. Like, what is the next step? Like, what can, you know, this was kind of the last thing we talked about before Renee Montgomery joined us a few minutes ago as it pertains to Marvin Bagley is, like, do you think that his teammates look at this? Like, someone hit us up on youtube.com/ESPN1320 says, I wonder what that De'Aaron Tyrese group chat looks like today. Or, you know, wonder what that text thread looks like today. And I wonder what the Kings group chat that Marvin Bagley isn't in looks like today. Like, can you believe this effing guy? Can you believe, like, how do you, if you're Harrison or you're De'Aaron or you're Tyrese or you're any of those guys, how do you see that and go, this dude clearly isn't bought into what we're doing? And you could make the same argument about Buddy. I understand it appears that this team likes each other, that there doesn't appear to be beef, if you will, but you have two now of your starting five who have gone to social media in some way, shape, or form and liked pictures of them being in other uniforms or liked get this guy out of there. Like, how if I'm De'Aaron or Tyrese or Harry, I don't know how I look at that anymore.
I mean, I don't like it. I mean, I go back to what we talked about when Marvin got hurt and the Kings allowed him to go rehab in Phoenix. I don't like that either.
Yeah.
Because although that's tough that he got hurt, I think it's more beneficial to be with the team. Mm-hmm. That when things get hard for you, they lost you, but you got to be there and have their backs. And you know what? During your tough time dealing with the injury and getting through it, they can have your back too. And they go through crazy struggles during that time, of course, and he wasn't there. So, I mean, I just put myself into, you know, if we're all on the team here and you got one person who's liking tweets like that, it's going to rub you the wrong way, especially if you're all in about trying to get this head in the right direction, like Tyrese and De'Aaron have talked about in the past. Like, they really are fired up to try to get this to become a playoff team for the first time in 15 years. And so there's no doubt about it to me that, like, it would be frustrating. I think they also understand it's a business at the end of the day too, but you got to go about your business better. Yeah. Like Carlin needs to go about it. He throws a ball. I don't know.
Literally playing with a bone by himself behind us all of a sudden. Like, you guys.
He's a dog. That's what dogs do.
You know what? But, like, he needs to understand when we are live, shut your mouth.
The lights are on, Carlin. Shut up.
Maybe he's saying he wants to be traded. Maybe.
Yeah.
Hey, honestly.
Hey, I'll trade him for cash considerations.
Anything.
Wow. Vlade Mason here with us here, along with Morgan Reagan. We're doing a dog swap here coming up in June, apparently. Speaking of Vlade, I don't know how to transition. This is all Vlade. The draft is coming up. Hey, Vlade's not here to screw it up. The draft is coming up. The lottery is a wrap. There was no luck. There was no Bel Air bottles popped for the Kings. They're sitting on the 9th spot. What's your gut tell you? Or drafting or trading? What do you think?
Okay, before I get to drafting or trading, you guys, you can still pop bottles at 9. Like, come on, it wasn't 12, it wasn't 10.
You don't celebrate for staying in the spot you were supposed to be in.
Then don't celebrate. Then don't celebrate at all. Then don't celebrate even if you get in the top 3, because who cares? We've had a top 2 pick. We know how that's turned out. And my point to all of this is, it doesn't really matter. Just draft right. That is the end. What are you going to say today? If the Kings were to draft number 1, Cade Cunningham, that all problems would have been solved with the Sacramento Kings? No, they wouldn't have been solved. Even if you're looking at it and being like, okay, maybe they're a playoff team this year, I have a feeling they still can make that happen even without being in that number 1 spot. I know their percentage there was only 4.5%, but still. So What?
So are you just your mindset? You don't celebrate any small wins like along the way. Morgan's like, I celebrate when we win a championship. It's only for one night, and then we get back to work the next day. Are you Bill Belichick?
No,
like, relax a little bit. You'd celebrate that.
But my point is, you could have drank a little bit of the champagne for anything. That's where I'm at with this whole thing. No,
thank you.
I have no faith if it was even the number 3 pick that it was going to be that much better than it is at number 9.
No. Morgan, I don't have an issue with anything you said. I don't have it. Yeah, you drink the bottle. You don't drink a little bit of champagne. Who drinks a little bit of champagne? What do? Put the cork back in and put it away? No, you pop the bottle. This, Morgan, this right here, this is a single serving. Yeah. You open it and you drink it. This is a single serving right here of Luke Belair. That's how champagne works. Talking about drinking a little bit of champagne. You don't do that in the refrigerator.
I love that you no problem with anything else I said, because it's the truth, you guys. The pick just need, if they do keep the pick. So now I'll go back to your question. If they do keep the pick, it just needs to be the best player that is there, not what they need to fulfill with their needs or anything. They need the best asset. So then if later on they do need to trade things and make things happen, they have one of the best players from the draft. Now, do I think they're going to trade the pick? Looking at what everything's happening with Marvin Bagley and then how they probably feel about Buddy Hield too, why not package some things up and make a trade somewhere? I don't think it's going to be for Ben Simmons, because that's not going to be enough.
And that's not going to be enough. Well, I guess you're on the other side of the train tracks there with the Ben Simmons whole thing. I think that's I wouldn't put no first round pick in a deal for Ben Simmons, but I guess that's a whole nother discussion.
That is.
Well, thankfully we got a radio show to discuss it. You're listening to ESPN 1320 KIFM, West Sacramento, KRXQ, HD2 Sacramento, and Odyssey Station, and driven by Lashers, Elk Grove Dodge. That's Kenny Caraway. I'm Damian Barling, along with Deuce and Mo here. We've got your chance to win $1,000 coming up in 8 minutes. And as Kenny just noted, that's a whole other discussion. That's what we do on this radio show. We discuss, as you could tell, Kenny hates everything we're not related to the Sacramento Kings, whether it's the Hawks, whether it's the Suns, or it's Ben Simmons. Kenny doesn't like Ben Simmons.
Kenny, what do you hate so much about Ben Simmons, and why do you think that, honestly, he couldn't make a Sacramento Kings roster better?
Now, did I ever say that he wouldn't make?
You didn't, but I'm assuming that because this is the direction we're going.
I just don't think number one, I don't like his contract. Number two, it's just, to me, his deficiencies, it's not get in the gym and work on his jump shot. Number one, he ain't gonna go from Ben Simmons to Dale Ellis over one summer. That's not gonna happen. But it's just in his blood. I just look at him. I look in his eyes, and it's not gonna happen. This is who he is.
What about him being one of the best defenders in this league? That skill set alone is very valuable. How do you feel about that? And then working on the other things, and then also having offensive pieces on a Kings roster, especially, that can fill that void.
He's a really good defender. Tony Allen didn't make $35 million a year though, but he's a really good defender.
Let's stop it. Tony Allen wasn't 6'10" that could handle the ball and run an offense if needed. Let's stop it.
All defensive team player.
And Tony Allen was a really good defensive player, but I mean, I think if you're really saying that Ben Simmons is Tony Allen, like, let's tap the brakes.
Well, I think he plays defense, and that's really about it. He don't even create for others.
He can get to the basket if he were to do it more. So now, don't you think that's more of just like his mentality and trying to fix that?
That's right. Come back to what I say. It's in his blood. It's in his DNA. He don't have that mentality. He's not going to develop it.
You might be right. But I also I think we also need to be careful declaring what he is when, he's still 24 years old, and he still we talk about so much what players can't do as opposed to what they actually can do. Second, he should have been Defensive Player of the Year this year. First team all defense. He does a lot. He's been an all-star in this league a couple of times now, but he's got some things he's got to figure out. And when Stephen A. Smith is saying, who's plugged in, who is saying that he's getting texts that he doesn't put in the work, those are some red flags to me. But this is a big time, part of his career where he's got to figure it out. I know it's guaranteed money, but we're going to see what he really is about coming in next year, whether it's in Philly or elsewhere. I like him. I think he has some mental things going on with the game. It's clear to me when you are afraid to even dunk the ball, when you don't put up any shots in the final 4 games of a 7-game series in the fourth quarter, when Embiid's, limping around with a torn meniscus. Those some things that are deep concerns there. But I'm not ready to give up on him. I do understand the risk, though, especially for Sacramento, is can you justify adding a guy making $35 million when and do the Kings have the infrastructure in place to help him get there? I don't think the Kings have the pieces to get it done. No. I don't think Rich Paul would approve a trade to Sacramento. The other thing.
That's the other part.
Yeah. Well, here's the other part here is, And once again, Ben Simmons, he does good things out there on the floor. He's cool. Is there anybody in the league where he would help get better? And I would even say that because as much as people talk about Philadelphia has to get better, Philadelphia was looked at some people as an NBA Finals team.
I got one.
And they couldn't get past the second round. They couldn't beat an Atlanta Hawks team at home on 3 different occasions.
I think he could help a Portland team. Think about how terrible their defense was. They have something that the Sixers actually want in a point guard and CJ McCollum, not a pure point guard, but a guard. And you put that, however the hell you make that trade, but then you're adding this defensive player with this defensive mindset to Dame and the rest of this squad that already had a good offense going. So I think it's a roster that could help.
It could, and they're losing a big chunk of that offense and essentially not getting anything back offensively.
Yeah, I mean, you may not, but I still like. Again, are we just giving up on Simmons? Like, should he not be in the league anymore? Are we saying, hey, get rid of him for good? Because we did this thing, and I know it's different because we were talking about aging players versus a young guy, but we did this with Chris Paul 2 years ago, right? Like, and Chris Paul is a Hall of Fame player, but I'm saying, like, he's still young. Like, hopefully you can have a front office and a culture that can get the most out of Ben Simmons to restore that confidence, and maybe playing in a different market that's not Philly, where if you come in wearing the wrong outfit, you get booed. Like, they boo Santa Claus. They boo Michael Irvin when he's got a neck injury that ends his career. They're booing Simmons when he approaches the free throw line.
They're actually doing even worse. They're like standing ovation when he gets. That's so embarrassing.
Right. And look, that's Philly. That's what they do there. And maybe Simmons can't handle stuff like that. So I want to see him in a new environment, and I want to see what he can do. I think the slander against him, I mean, people are acting like the guy shouldn't even be in the league at this point. It's tough. He makes a lot of money. The offensive issues aren't going away. And they got to figure it out.
People are a prisoner of the moment in that big moment, and he deserves a lot of the crap that he's getting for that moment. But then for people to act like he's just a bum because of that moment, like, stop it. Tap the brakes. 24 years old. I still believe in his development.
It also doesn't help when Doc is throwing him under the bus after the game. I thought that was one of the most pathetic displays by a head coach that I've ever witnessed after a game 7. Like, when Doc cost them game 1 of that series because he elected to put Danny Green on Trae Young most of that game. Like, stop throwing stones over there, Doc, when you're not flawless either.
I will say this real quick, Dame. I will say this. I feel like it's different situations, but much like the Marvin Bagley thing, like, I think people kind of need to stop being afraid to tell Ben Simmons what's really going on. Like, Doc spent that whole time talking about, no, you guys just don't know. He does so many things. Yeah. He's so great for us. Instead of saying, no, we need you to make free throws.
Yep.
Like, we need you to not shoot 30. It's not okay. Like, and they're like, no, it's okay because he does so many other things. No, it's not okay that you're a point guard and you're shooting 30% from the free throw.
Sure, but Kenny, I don't need that done publicly. Either one. Like, keep that behind closed doors. Have your conversations with Simmons.
And saying that privately. I don't know.
Yeah.
I feel like so many, and I could be wrong, it's just a feeling. So many people are like, Ben, they're haters. They're haters. Don't listen to the haters. You do so many good things. They're haters. Just keep being you. And that's not good enough, right?
You're right. And
coddled.
If he's being coddled, if he's got people in his ear saying, no, just keep doing your thing, then this is going to be a long-term problem. That the Sixers, like, Doc had a tough decision to make. It's not easy when the guy's making $35 million, but you had to make the case, like, should he even be out there? Like, if when you've got him and Thibault out there, 2 guys that aren't really known for their shooting, it's like, how is Joel supposed to operate? How's the offense supposed to operate at all when you've got no spacing whatsoever? When one player on the floor refuses to be an offensive threat, it just can't happen.
I think there's something more to dive into about what Morgan just said a moment ago about Ben Simmons. But first, real quick, guys.
Here comes the money. Here we go. Money talk. Here comes the money.
Let's give away some cash right now. It's the Summer of Cash contest as everybody dances on the stream. Wow, Morgan with
your Shano Mac.
Wow, that's very much worth going to twitch.tv/ESPN1320.
And like, Morgan, no.
you guys had like a foot cam because my feet were like just like his.
They were moving. Yeah, she looked fantastic. It's the Summer of Cash contest. Here's your chance to win $1,000. Text the code word Melody. I'm serious. Text the code word Melody to 72881. That's Melody, as in I question whether Morgan knew the melody of that song that she was just dancing to. 72881. This is a multi-state contest. The message and data rates apply. And remember, don't text and drive, but dance like Morgan just did here on the live stream. You said we're prisoners of the moment, Morgan, which brings to mind, and I think Deuce, you brought up the Stephen A. They're texting me about Ben Simmons' work ethic. It's like, oh, so now it's a problem.
Yeah.
Like now that he just had what I think is fair to call one of the most epically poor performances by a player of his caliber in this type of situation that we've seen in recent memory. And it was bad, and all eyes were on him, and we have focused our eyes on this ridiculous thing that we call the process. And as Kenny said, the 76ers were legitimately title contenders, and Joel is a big personality. Doc obviously has his detractors, but he has, people who follow him. And so it's ultra highlighted. So now he's down, and we're just going to kick dirt on him. Now, like nobody was questioning his work ethic last year. Or the year before, or the year before that. But now we've got a big issue with his work ethic, and we're reading text messages from insiders on the air. Well, like, what are we doing?
No, that's a fair point, too. And the other thing I was thinking about that whole thing about the work ethic, I'm like, I mean, if he's one of the best defenders in the league, he's working hard on that end, no? Like, you don't just become a good defensive player at his level by just kind of going through the motion.
And I agree with that to a point, because I think we all know that defense, it takes a lot of effort, right? You just have to have the will to do so much more defensively, to move laterally. But I also believe that goes to Simmons' like instincts as a defender and utilizing his body size to the fullest and understanding passing lanes and so much more as a defender, which makes him so good. So we go to this, and then we have this text about his work ethic. And again, this just pushes out a narrative about Ben Simmons that everybody jumps on all of a sudden, just like you're saying.
He can clean it up, though.
He can. He totally can. And you got to do that with your game. Don't be posting some videos about you working out, working on your shot. I don't give a damn. Just do it next year.
I mean, how many years have we been talking about seeing like a clip of a preseason game where he hits a three or like warm up saying, hey, he's taking shots, man. Hey, this is the year Simmons is going to do it. But I don't need him, as Kenny said earlier, he's not going to be Dale Ellis overnight. I don't need him to do that. Okay. But can he just be somewhat of a threat? Can he just hit a mid-range shot? Can he attack? Can he get to the free throw line and not shoot 32%? Can he get to the 70s? I mean, hasn't he been in the 70s before in the playoffs?
I think he's been in the playoffs.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So just the mental component, there's stuff going on there, and he needs sometimes. Some guys need love, right? Like some guys need a little nurturing along the way. Sometimes, you got to figure out what works best for him. That's why I go back to what Doc said. I saw someone in the chat say, oh, come on, he was telling it like it is. Yeah, I don't have a problem with Doc saying that to Ben. I just think immediately after a game 7 to the Philly media who's going to hop on that, and even from like the perspective of if you are moving on from him, what does that do for his value when the head coach and then Embiid is saying stuff about him immediately after the game? Like there's a reason why Doc tried to clean it up the next morning.
Yeah.
He needs some Kenny tough love.
He does. He needs to come see me in the gym. Here's what I'll say though about being a prisoner of the moment and people like saying like, oh, now he's not working out hard. But first thing that always comes to my mind with Ben Simmons has been a phenom probably since he's about 12, 13 years old.
Yeah.
Which means he can get in any gym anytime he wants, get any trainer he wants. He's shooting 30. What have you been doing in the gym where you're shooting 30% now at 24 years old? Like what? Even when he wasn't 30.
But that's not his regular percentage. Like that's not fair.
Percent is unacceptable. That's unacceptable. That's not that. I'm not saying you're saying it's good, but that ain't no good. What are you doing in the gym? You can't be doing defensive slides for an hour. What are we working on? What are we doing for the last 10 years where 10 years later, you're still shooting 50% from the free throw line?
Kenny, and this is the other thing I was telling Deuce earlier too. I'm like, he can practice his shot on a shooting machine for hours, take 3 million shots in the off season. One, the mechanics are there, but it's doesn't mean that it's the most beautiful shot. But two, it's not gonna change unless he's put into those game situations where he has to use his mind and the mechanics at the same time. You know, they go hand in hand with more and more reps, and he has to take more shots during games to get better at that.
Another guy who really struggled at the line his first 6 years in the NBA was Chris Webber. I mean, looking at his percentages, it's shocking to look back because you think about Chris Webber knocking down that 20-footer, or, you know, his work in the post. His first season, 53%, 50, 59, 56. His first season in Sacramento, 45.4% from the free throw line. So the next year he got to 75. And you know, he got it to the 70s the next 3 years after that. So it's possible, right? Like Weber, first 6 years, you look at that sample size, you go, that guy's terrible free throw shooter. It's never going to happen. It can happen. So now it goes back to what we've been saying. Is Ben in the gym working on the right things? Are we going to see him? A couple of years ago, he was at Rico Hines' scrimmages in SoCal, and he looked really good there. He was knocking down mid-range jumpers. But again, that's more of a loose environment too. Can he apply that to the real game action? And if it is a mental thing, can he work with a mental strength coach? There's definitely avenues he could take.
Hey, to be perfectly clear, like I said, I'll say it a number of times. I hope he does achieve everything that everybody thinks he can. I don't have no personal problem with Ben Simmons. He obviously hadn't done nothing to me. I've never seen any bad stories or rumors about him. Perfectly fine. I don't believe that he will, but if he proves me wrong, that would be awesome, to be honest with you. I just don't think he'll do it.
Maybe he doesn't love basketball.
Yeah.
We're conditioned to, these guys live in the gym. Like I watched, I think I referenced this, Kenny, a couple of days ago. The name of that one, it was called One and Done. The Ben Simmons going to LSU thing. Yeah. And I remember walking away from that going, man, Ben Simmons is a really unique guy. Like he just has a different demeanor than we're accustomed to from, like, whether right or wrong, Dame Lillard, the Blazers get eliminated, and what's on his social? Oh, Dame already putting in work, and it's a video of him, doing like barbell rolls or something. Like he's doing something in a gym with a shirt off, and he looks like $1 million. And it's like that's what we're used to from NBA stars. Whereas Ben Simmons, there are basketball players, and I know we're not accustomed to this. There's probably football players too, baseball players. There are people who are like, oh, I'm good at this. I could do this for a living.
Yep.
And that's it. Just like there's an accountant who's really good with numbers. Oh, I could do this for a living. They might not love it. Sure, they'd rather be doing something else. Like you might rather be doing something else, but you can get paid really, really well doing this. And I don't know if Ben Simmons is one of those guys, but maybe he is.
Yeah.
And this is who he is. What we see from him now is who he is as a player, Mo.
And I think we will next year will speak volume as to whether he was working on stuff, whether he loves the game, wherever he ends up. It will really speak volume to who he's going to be as a player. But I've told Deuce this too. Like if he ends up in somewhere like Miami, then he is going to be pushed to the limit. And I think that could be really good for his career. Again, when I say Miami, I'm not even talking about the logistics of who for who, wherever.
You're talking about Spoelstra and that crew there. Yeah.
That's all. So we'll see.
You guys got any draft crushes early on? Anybody?
Man, I'm not even there. I just started really diving in yesterday. I know you're high on Jalen Johnson. I was watching a lot of his stuff yesterday. Yeah,
everything that we talked about in the first hour of this show with Marvin Bagley, you could probably put Jalen Johnson's red flags in there too. So
yeah, no, there are the red flags there. I'm honestly less concerned about that. The shooting to me is an issue. He hasn't been a good free throw shooter, not a very good 3-point shooter, and didn't take a lot of threes. But there are some things you see him in the open floor, some of his passing. There are some things you go, okay, he's got good size. His hands, I think I read something yesterday that his hands are just as like long as Kawhi Leonard's.
Okay.
So I don't mean to interrupt you, but I know you probably saw the comparisons to Jalen Johnson in some of the videos you watch. You hear about some of them?
I didn't get to that far. I try, you know what I try to do with that? I try not to even look at comparisons because it clouds my judgment. I'm like, I'm just going to put the video on and watch. Who are the comparisons? Go ahead.
Ben Simmons.
Well, see, and think about, I don't think, well, yeah, that's a tough one. He doesn't have.
He's got in the open court and with the size and everything we talked about. He's a willing passer and all that.
He is a willing passer. I'd say that the decision making at times isn't the best. Willing passer, not great decision making. And I know a lot of people give him crap because how it ended. With IMG Academy, he bounced out early there. He left Duke. The college games changed so much, man. The guy's dealt with a foot thing. He's like, I'm worried about getting to the NBA. He comes from a basketball family too. That's intriguing to me. Both his mom and dad played college ball. His brother, like, they get it. So, at 9, if he's there, it's someone that you could swing at, and the upside is there. But do you have again, we're going to go back to this with Sacramento. Do you have the infrastructure in place to foster an environment that gets players to grow, that gets the most out of them and helps them succeed?
And that's why I'm kind of on team trade. The pick.
Team trade,
the pick.
Yeah.
And I'm not saying that's the right answer. Everyone's saying how good this draft is, but there's also some really good players in the NBA. And if you're trying to get in the playoffs next year, you've already seen how players develop under this organization for so long. Now, De'Aaron's taken his leap, especially last year, and whether it takes 5 seasons or not, like, that's how it happens for some players. That's totally fine. But I think this squad really needs to be in win now mode, no matter what. It's got to be everyone's mentality, whether you want to be here in Sacramento or not.
Well, and that's the other thing. I wonder if more teams change their approach because you see what happened with the Hawks. Like, I think the Hawks, when they built that team, they were not thinking they were going to be in the conference finals. Like, stop it. Like, the front office wasn't thinking that. They thought, well, you know what? We need to get to the playoffs this year. Otherwise, we're getting fired. And then they get off to a slow start and they're, we got to fire somebody and make a change because otherwise we're going to be gone. And it worked out. It's worked out great for them. And then Phoenix, obviously you like the Chris Paul addition. I didn't think they were going to be the number 2 seed. And they were going to get to the conference finals and be so close to the NBA finals. So I wonder, like, someone like Indiana, they probably go, wow, we just get Carlisle. We make some slight tweaks. We can make a run at things, in the East. And who knows what type of injuries are going to happen. So I'm all for it. Like, find me a player that is going to help get this team to where it needs to be.
You brought up Phoenix there. Sorry, Casey. You brought up Phoenix there in Atlanta. Knowing that Phoenix is a game away from well, they're 2 games away from the NBA Finals. They're a game away from taking a commanding lead. We've talked about Marvin Bagley. I can't believe we've been on the air 45 minutes. Like, I really don't want you guys to leave.
Oh,
but
wow, yeah.
If we did a redraft of the 2018 draft, like today, like right now, would DeAndre Ayton still go number 1?
No, I would.
I know Luka's better, but would DeAndre still go number 1 given how he fits with this current Phoenix Suns team?
I think he probably goes 3.
Luka, Trae, Ayton.
Yeah, that's where I go. And although, I don't know, pardon me today, and again, this is prisoner of the moment too. I'm going, I don't know. Would Trae go 1?
Hey,
like,
the question needs to be asked.
I mean, he makes people better. He has a variety to his game. He could shoot it. He can create contact. His floater game is the best.
Doesn't
in the
appear
NBA.
to be a problem.
Yeah, and you see these Steph Curry like moments from him, and then him as a teammate and everyone liking
his
him.
swagger, not scared of the moment. He's got kind of the total package.
Again, for anyone out there, I'm not calling him and comparing him directly to Steph Curry, so calm the hell down. I'm just saying there are little things about his game.
Yeah,
he's a descendant of the Steph Curry generation. He's like the first one we've seen like that.
Yeah,
you're spot on.
And as Kings fans know, the only real comp to Steph Curry is Buddy Hield. Kenny, go ahead.
No, that's cool. No lies detected there.
As far as Ayton though, God, is he fun to watch, and I love it because I feel like he's a big guy that could have worked in the '90s too.
But he knows his role.
And he's worked hard on his game, like just his rebounding ability, how he moves
defensively, understanding how to play team defense now, because he came into the league knowing how to play individual defense and then looking lost at times and being like, oh wait, there's so much more to it. Like, you're all connected on a string. Like, just the simple fundamentals you can see have just come to his game.
Yeah. Nah, look. I like DeAndre Ayton too.
Yeah.
I'm stuck on what Deuce said because he might not be wrong, man. I don't know if I wouldn't go Trae number one.
Ooh.
Yeah, I don't know, and I don't know if it's a prisoner of the moment thing with me, but like because Luka's obviously skilled, but Luka, it seems like at this point in his career, maybe it's the pieces around him. The rap on him is, man, it can be kind of tough playing with him at times. And Trae had that rap a little bit earlier this year. He and Collins had some things, but they've worked it out. It doesn't mean Luka can't work it out. But Trae, man, I mean, it seems like guys love playing with him. They believe in him. I feel like he still impacts the game in a big time way, even when he's not shooting the ball well. Even last night, I didn't even think he played his best game last night. The guy dropped 48 points and he
34 shots.
And he took some questionable shots late, especially with Giannis at the 5 getting switched on him. I thought he settled. But then late in the game, he made the adjustment. Drove on Giannis, missed the shot, but who was there to clean it up? Capella. So I just love what I see out of him. And I got to be honest, I was totally wrong on him. I mean, earlier this year, I'm looking at Trae going like, who is he? Like, I
sold his rookie card earlier this year before the season.
Yeah, I did. Because I just felt like, I don't know, watching him even last year, I'm like, he just chucks it up. And now obviously things are changed. He's got better pieces around him, but his game has gone so much better. Got to give him a lot of credit.
Was it like a card or one of those?
No. I bought his
things
rookie
you and Murph
year.
do.
I went on eBay and bought like a Trae Young rookie card for like, I think it was like $3.50.
A couple years ago.
And I sold it like right before the season for $300 because I was like, I don't know how much better he's gonna get. I'm good with it. I'm gonna cash out now.
You made a profit of $297.
Yeah. Dude, that's before the card industry blew up. I bought a couple of Lucas. I bought some Bagleys.
You said you have a DeAndre Ayton rookie
I got
card.
DeAndre Ayton, Michael Porter. Oh,
wow.
Yeah.
Deuce sitting on a gold mine.
Right now, what do you think
that
that trade can go for right now? Is it like 500?
I honestly haven't even looked, but it's probably like
Probably keep it that way.
1,000. Yeah, there's no point. I made money off of it, but it's still like it's a lesson. It was a lesson to me, not even about the card. It was just like, don't be trying to like talk about a player like he is who he is when he's been in the league, 2.5 years.
Yes.
Let's see him develop a little bit.
With that being said, I don't believe in Ben Simmons.
Great.
Back to Ben Simmons.
Great. I really don't want you guys to leave. I wish there was someone out there who could get Deuce and Mo on the radio like a lot more often.
One day.
Like a lot more. I don't know. Anybody sitting in their office in San Francisco who might be listening to this who could make that happen.
Dan the man, where you at?
Deuce and Mo watch party tomorrow?
Yeah, tomorrow night we're going to do a watch party on YouTube and Twitch for game number 2 of Bucks Hawks.
Nice.
Good stuff. Good
Come hang
stuff.
out.
Deuce and Mo, we appreciate you. Make sure you subscribe to the Deuce and Mo podcast, wherever you get podcasts from. Here on the Odyssey app, you can follow them on twitch.tv as well, youtube.com. Always get your handles wrong, so they just got to search Deuce and Mo and find them there. We appreciate you guys. We'll be back. A couple of things. Jay Williams' day actually got worse after the show ended.
Come on, man.
And maybe we should spend some time talking about the San Francisco Giants.
Los Gigantes.
That's next. Here's D'Lo and Casey continue on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320. Yo, that was fire.
Dude,
Oh, I appreciate it. That was fun, guys.
That was.
that
I was
didn't
like,
even feel like that long.
like at 2 when we were doing the cash, I text Jesse. I was like, we're gonna have to keep going. Like we're not even close. And then it got to like 2:22, and I'm thinking in my head, can we really stretch one more segment? I don't think we can. So it was like, all right.
When it was like 2:11, like it was cooking out, and I didn't see the slack. I was like, man, I hope we push this thing. I was just kind of Damian didn't like rush us off. I was like, all right, cool. Like let's keep going.
Yeah, we going.
All right,
going.
That was
cool.
fun.
More Ben Simmons slander.
Hey, Kenny,
Awesome.
Kenny, have you honestly seen a ton of like the draft prospects, like the top 10, top 15 or what?
Not outside of like watching the games. You know what I'm
Okay.
saying? Like, I watched the college basketball season, and I saw these guys like, really getting into it. Man, I got some work to do. You guys heard that about that?
I heard that you guys talked about that yesterday. Bart Scott said De'Aaron Fox hates Sacramento. What?
Yeah.
Where does he? And he was saying that Vlade still runs the team.
Oh, it was bad.
What?
Genius.
Did Jay Williams said something new?
No, what Jay would he tweeted the hacked.
He's been hacked, obviously.
He changed his passcode.
So ridiculous. As if someone was like, all right, I'm in the Jay Williams account. What can I do? Hey, they just hired Ime Udoka. Let me tweet out something about them hiring the first person of color. Like, what? Why didn't he just go, you know what? I'm such an idiot, dude. I woke up at 3:30 this morning. I can't believe I forgot about Doc. And then, of course, like, that's it. That's it.
And then he just went back to tweeting as if nothing happened. It's like, Jay,
what are you doing? God,
bro, what are you
Jay?
doing?
Do you, Jay? Do you?
That's tough.
Oh, man.
That's tough.
Well, I'm gonna go deal with the dead dog now. So.
Might want to wash your hands too.
Yeah.
You're licking your hands at the start of this.
Like,
what
vegan pizza. I'm dancing.
She got dead cheese running down her arm. Like,
we gotta,
you know what's up.
We gotta check Mo for substances. That's what we gotta do.
Yes, I know. So dumb.
All right, Kenny. Can't wait for you to get that Ben Simmons Kings jersey, man. Hey,
Thanks,
you know what,
guys.
though? Let's be honest, though. When Ben Simmons is here in Sacramento and they're in the playoffs, Kenny is going to go crazy for Ben.
Hey, I'll be like, let's go, Ben. Let's go, damn it.
All right, guys.
Bye, guys.
See ya.
all right, we'll see you. Oh, man. That was great stuff. That was great stuff. Throw that up there for the crew. We're trying. For the Twitch squad. Trying, dude. Trying. Legit gonna propose to Danny in San Francisco. Dude, I'll just pay them out of my freaking pocket. Like, just what are we doing? Well, I'm gonna put that stuff on the soundboard, man. We're gonna keep it. We're gonna keep that forever. Kenny's mom yelling at him to keep it down. Cheryl in Elk Grove wouldn't do that. Cheryl from Elk Grove would just grab the mic and start talking to us.
Hey, I'm surprised she didn't come over here now and call somebody a loser.
Oh, man. Man, this show has been a blast. Kenny Caraway was pissed off to start the show, or for the first hour of the show. At first hour and 13 minutes of the show, we had Renee Montgomery on. Went right into Deuce and Mo. Man, we kept Deuce and Mo on for like 25 more minutes than we usually do. 25 more minutes than we usually do. Normally, we kind of wind things down, and we were headed to give away that cash, and it was like, nope, can't do it. Got to roll. Got to keep going. Got to keep going. Got to keep him on the line. Drake Hughes is going to join us coming up at 3:20. Many of you are already familiar with him. Pro Inside College and Prep Scout. Did some work with the Sacramento Kings as well. I'm sure he'll have a lot of thoughts on the upcoming NBA draft, their prospects as well as some current members of the Sacramento Kings. So excited to talk to him again. That's coming up at 3:20. A couple of quick hits here. We mentioned Jay Williams. His day got worse yesterday as he tweeted about the first black coach of color, the Boston Celtics organization, Ime Udoka. Whoops, because that's not the case. It would be okay if there was one. It was like a really long time ago.
Yeah.
It would be okay.
If it would snatch, maybe I'd understand.
If it wasn't Bill Russell, and if it wasn't Doc Rivers like a decade ago, if like Doc Rivers still wasn't very much in the league, it'd be like, oh, okay, that's just a bad L. It got worse as Jay Williams took to social media hours after Twitter exploded.
Hell, hours after he deleted the tweet.
Hours. And replied, as it relates to the Boston Celtics tweet that came from my account a couple of hours ago, I did not post that, and my passcode has been changed. Hey, man, look. First,
whose man's is this?
I
really need to know.
Hey, who
man's is this?
Hey, we want to get Jay Williams. We want to get Jay Williams on happy hour. Maybe we'll wait for things to die down a little bit. Maybe we'll wait for things to die down a little bit. But hey, Jay, explain to us the Boston Celtics tweet.
I don't know. I don't know if I don't quite know how to answer that.
Okay. Okay. Fair enough.
What did he tweet out in response again?
As it relates to the Boston Celtics tweet that came from my account a couple of hours ago, I did not post that, and my passcode has now been changed. So, Ken, I want to repeat this. Big fans of Jay Williams. I just want to point out, he tried to go back to tweeting like nothing had happened.
This guy tweeted that and then was like, yeah, I can't wait to see game one tonight of the Bucks. No, fam, you just
so for some perspective here on how bad Jay Williams' day got yesterday. Previous to the Detroit Pistons with the first pick in the NBA draft, that got 131 likes, 7 retweets, and 76 comments. As it relates to the Boston Celtics tweet, got 6.1 thousand likes, 7.1 thousand retweets,
oh my God,
and 5.7 thousand comments. His follow-up tweet, Trae Young will be able to get what he wants in pick and roll as long as the Bucks are in drop coverage.
Come on.
156 likes, 20 retweets.
Oh man.
I believe in the Twitterverse they call that ratioed.
he could have handled that so much better.
And now
with that, he could have there was for people who like have managers and like agents and stuff like that. Like, how do they always handle this wrong?
Bro, and now he's done. Like, he just needs to walk away from Twitter because he's tried to post stuff about, here's what I said 2 days ago about Trae Young, and the responses are hacked. The responses are Trae Young is the first black player to make the NBA. He's the first black player in Hawks history. That no one is buying this at all.
The crazy thing about this is, I mean, there really is a discussion for who had the worst day on social media yesterday.
Yes. So not everybody, I've learned this over the last couple hours. So RG3 apparently has this week-long joke that's only funny to him. So I'm going to phrase this as sensitively as I know how. Jay Williams had a bad day on Twitter all around, and everybody knows it.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
RG3 had a really, really bad day on Black Twitter. I think there are some people who are looking at RG3's tweet like, I don't get it. Like, what's the problem? It's obviously a joke. He used the SpongeBob writing.
Yeah.
Nope. That ain't it. That's not the problem. That's not it.
We got bigger issues here.
I refer you, or in this case, smaller issues. I refer you to Lance Woods. Go check out Lance Woods on Instagram. If you want a true, I don't know if he posts those same videos on Twitter. I'll check if he does. But I refer you to Sir Lance Woods, and you can learn a little bit about what has gone terribly, terribly wrong for one Robert Griffin III. Go follow him on Twitter. I'm sorry. Go follow him on Instagram. I'm taking a quick look.
If
it does. Oh, here it is. It's on Twitter. I'll retweet it for everybody to see.
All Robert Griffin III has to do is just say, "I'm happy with my wife."
You know, that's not really. I mean, I'm good with that, by the way. Yeah. But it really need to be said.
No, it really need to be said. But I mean, if he obviously felt the need to say something,
he felt
just be like, "Hey, I love my wife."
But he felt like he needed to prove something.
Yeah.
Like, Robert, bro, you don't have to prove anything. You're good. I had just read a great story about RG3, by the way. RG3 appears to have his second career lined up.
Which is?
He did a tryout for some TV work, and apparently he crushed it.
Like,
and now
as an analyst or something.
I don't know if it was an in-game analyst or a studio analyst. I actually think it was both. I think he auditioned for both. I don't know which one has got everybody riled up, but apparently there's a couple of networks in a bidding discussion for him. He's got a nice little second career lined up. I had put that in the show notes a while ago. We just never, it just wasn't a major story. We just didn't get to it. Quick hit. Yeah, a little quick hit. Just
theme song for quick hits.
We do. We need a theme song for a lot of things, but all of the good theme songs we get fined $10,000 for. ESPN and Fox. Front Office Sports says ESPN and Fox are in a bidding war for RG3. Both networks were blown away by Griffin's broadcast booth audition.
Hey, he might be really good. He ain't no Aqib Talib. I know that much. I need more run from my man Aqib.
Well, that probably ties into the Twitter video somehow, but I think we'll just leave it. We'll just leave it there. I'm all for some more Aqib Talib. He's fun to listen to. But I'm curious to hear RG3 as well.
I am too.
I'm curious.
Very, very interesting. And I hope he does great. Like, I don't have no problem with RG3.
And I hope he doesn't feel the need to prove anything to anybody on Twitter at all.
Be you.
And the last thing you want to do is try to win over For the Culture Twitter. That's it's literally worked for no one. The next person that wins over For the Culture Twitter will be the first. Like they were killing Sean King the other day. I was like, what did
they always come back around to Sean King.
If things are slow on Twitter, Sean King's name's going to be brought back up. It's fascinating. It's absolutely fascinating. I want to talk about the Giants, but I don't want to shortchange them. The Giants are playing some ball right now.
Let's go.
Let's regroup here for a quick heartbeat. Let's come back. We'll talk about the Giants. We'll get back into the NBA. I know we've kind of casually mentioned this, but Ben Simmons' future with Philadelphia, that was discussed today with all parties involved. We'll get into that. We mentioned Drake Yu. He's going to join us. And Chris Paul is back tonight. Most important game of Chris Paul's career tonight?
Yeah, probably so.
Okay, YT's the answer. Just answer now. We're back with more of D-Lo and KC on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320.
Hey, what's going on? Everybody is out here talking about refinancing their homes or taking out equity or getting mortgages because interest rates are currently below 3% APR. Now, before you do any of that, if that's something that you got going on, you have to go visit GoCityCenter.com first, all right? I know my broker, my man Sam, big ups to Sam, at City Center Financial, he's looking out for me when I go in there and I look to try to get the best rates possible. And he does that by comparing offers from many banks, and he wants to make sure that I get the best deal possible. So your first step to refinancing or buying a home should always start at GoCityCenter.com. That's GoCityCenter.com. At City Center Financial, you're in good hands with experts like Sam that have been successfully helping families with their refinance and home buying needs and goals for over 20 years. So if you're thinking about refinancing to fix up your home or take out some equity, you have to reach out to City Center Financial first at GoCityCenter.com. Rates could rise soon, so now is the time to get that free consultation with an expert like Sam at GoCityCenter.com today. City Center Financial, the most options and best rates. Cal BRE number 01837-543, NMLS number 353383. It's getting better and better with that NMLS number. Yeah, they got some tongue twisters. All right, ding, 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 ding. Welcome to the 13th round with KC and Jesse. Let's see what happened here. Oh yeah, PBC. Shout out PBC always. You know what I'm saying. I did see something. What's his name is fighting. Earlier this week, Nonito Donaire. No, it's not Donaire. Is it Donaire? Who is Rigondeaux was stepped out to face. It wasn't Donaire. Castle Mayor is facing. I think it is Donaire. Yeah. Okay, he facing Donaire. Guillermo Rigondeaux pulled out, so Castle Mayor could fight Donaire in a unification bout, and then hopefully the winner faces Inoue. And look, I don't usually fool with them little dudes. I usually don't go past 130. You know what I mean? I don't go below 130. But I'm interested, man. Especially at 122. They got my boy Stephen Fulton and Figueroa going up against each other. I like them boys. And then I think they're 118, Nonito Donaire and all them. I usually don't go to them little boys, but I like Casamayor. I like that boy. He got some character to him, man. That's a little character right there. So Casemiro. Well, I keep calling him Casamayor. Casemiro. So I love to see that fight, and I'd love to see Casemiro take on Inoue. I want to see that fight. I don't know if it's going to happen. Inoue might be too much for him, but that's just something about Casemiro that I like, man. I like that dude. He got character. He's fun to watch. That's somebody who's fun to watch in the ring. Mm-hmm. Brian asks, does Barrios have a shot on Saturday, KC? Absolutely he does. I like Barrios. I really do. That's a good fight, man. And you guys know Tank is my guy. I keep saying it. I'm worried for Tank. I don't know, man. Barrios is a legit 140. He got power. I don't know, man. Tank. So I don't know if you guys seen on Twitter. I made a tweet that said, if Tank beats Barrios, that's the most impressive thing from all the young 135 guys, including T.O. beating Loma. And like the non for the culture boxing Twitter has just, they've screenshotted it. They've been like, this is the worst take of all time. It's come up like 3 weeks later after I made the tweet or whatever. Hey, man, I'm telling y'all, Barrios, I'm impressed. Maybe it's a sell job. Maybe it's all a work that they're just selling me on this dude, but I'm sold. I like Barrios, and Tank is going to have his hands full on Saturday. And that's the 13th round with KC and Jesse.
I love that. Like, there's a show with, I just absolutely love this. I need to create a graphic for this.
Where David signaled it in. There he goes. Damian stepped out. PC talk. 13th round, baby. Yeah, they good. That's right. You're right. Ramsey Lomachenko is back on Saturday. I'm gonna check him out too.
And the best part is I get back and I have no idea what's happening. Like, none. Y'all don't know. There's a show within a show. Like, when there's shows, like real, like completely different shows that take place during the commercial break. And there is a particular show every time, every day in the 2 o'clock hour on Twitch or YouTube, Kenny and I alternate, because we keep the stream, as we've mentioned many times. If you're listening on the Odyssey app or you're listening on 1320 AM, the stream, we don't go to commercial on the stream. Like, we just keep talking. The conversation continues. Sometimes we're arguing. Sometimes we're talking about nothing. Sometimes we're telling personal stories. Like, I was telling the story about this house I'm trying to get on a commercial break yesterday. But every day that I get up to leave, boxing conversations break out. And now, like, the show has a name. Like, there's a show during a commercial break on Twitch and YouTube that takes place. It's not even a joke anymore. Like, every single time I get up, it takes place over on twitch.tv/ESPN1320 and youtube.com/ESPN1320. It's called the 13th round.
Yeah.
And it's just boxing talk until I come and sit back down. And they continue when I sit.
1.5 show.
I just have no idea what's happening when I get back. It's like you're talking about
Casemiro and
you're speaking a foreign language. I don't know what's going on. If you haven't told me to clear my plans for Saturday, I'm not paying attention to it.
This is one on Saturday though.
I got to pay for it.
Yeah, it is pay-per-view though.
Okay. Who is it again?
It's Tank Davis, the best show in boxing.
Okay.
Javante Tank Davis going up against I always forget his first name, Barrios. I always just call him Barrios.
So I got up, and I always have a pen I must have taken the pen with me, and now I don't have my pen, and it just feels weird to not hold it, and it's driving me nuts. So now I'm holding.
You had a black one.
Now I'm holding my stylus. Now I'm holding my Apple pen just because I feel like I need to have something in my hand.
I don't know anybody that has an Apple pen.
Dude, you know me.
Man.
Oh, shut up.
No, man. Come on, man. Apple pen, bro.
Shut up, man. Stop it. Don't do this. Don't do this. Let's not talk about why you're broadcasting live from Cheryl and El Grove's house. Let's not do this, all right? Knock it off. Because I got an Apple pen to go with my iPad, man. Knock that stuff off. You talking about Tank Davis, best show in boxing, you say?
Yeah, yeah.
Man, the best show in Major League Baseball, other than the TSA checks, other than the TSA checks, might be the San Francisco Giants.
Let's go, man. Hey, hold on, man. They deserve it. Come on, man.
Them air horns fly for your squad, man. They won an interesting game yesterday.
Crazy game.
Interesting in the sense it went to extra innings. Also interesting because they won by like 7. That's just different. And they beat Shohei Ohtani, who was one of the guys who I really, really enjoy watching. And Ohtani got the TSA check as well. Yeah. I guess every pitcher gets. There was a dude in Washington. I don't remember who it was. It wasn't Max. It was in yesterday's game. He got the TSA check after giving up a grand slam. Which is just like, that's like insult to injury. Hey, we're gonna check to see if you cheated. And we don't really want to make sure if like, you know, you're just a bad cheater.
That don't make no damn sense. I thought we were talking earlier, and that reminds me of like a pitcher. They'll throw a pitch and it'll get popped up in the air, and they'll point straight up. They're like, it's up, it's up, it's up, or whatever. So like if it's usually on the infield, they'll be like, it's in the air to let the fielders know that it's in the air. Mm-hmm. You saying that reminds me of like a couple of times the guy throws a pitch. The pitcher it goes up in the air, and the pitcher like, it's up, and it ends up being like 450 feet in the center field over the fence, and it's like, yes, sir, we know that's up and it's stuck. It's up and it's stuck. We understand that. So yeah, that's when you told me that guy got TSA searched after giving up a grand slam. That's hilarious. Rob Manfred should be so proud. Did you see those trash All-Star uniforms?
Oh gosh, dude, those are awful. Those are so bad. Those don't look like baseball uniforms at all.
Those are garbage.
Yeah, those are I'd go as far as say hot garbage.
For sure.
Like
what the hell are this is like the 5th straight year they've had garbage All-Star stuff.
Like hot, humid garbage to really tie it all together from this week. Hot, humid garbage.
Yeah. Redacted. I think Damian did tell me about this. He said, you see, they checked a knuckleballer for substances using it to increase spin. What the hell?
I love this. This is the most interesting thing happening in baseball right now. Jeez. The Giants and TSA checks.
And didn't Manfred say like it's going great?
Yep. Yes. He said it's going well so far. He said the situation with Girardi and Max Scherzer, not ideal, I believe was his line, but overall it's going smooth. He's literally the only person on the planet who thinks it's going smoothly. I'm not even a baseball guy. I know it's not going smoothly. As a matter of fact, it's not going smoothly in such a way I'm entertained by it. It's like watching a train wreck where you know the participants in it are going to be mad. I still can't get over the umpire when your boy on the A, Sergio, pulls his pants down and what are you doing? Pull your pants up. Like what are you doing?
We got guys pulling down their pants and Manfred's like, it's going great. What?
Nothing to see here. What do you mean? Everything's going swell.
Oh,
and the Giants, though, they ain't phased by no.
They ain't phased by nothing.
They're on pace to win 105 games. And I mean, hey, Rams, hey, okay. I mean, let's show the A's some love because the Bay Bridge series starts tomorrow.
Or let's not. We got
okay. Let's not. Okay, I was just, might be a couple A's fans listening. Just show them some love. It's going to be a good series. Build up the opponent so it looks better when you beat them. I think I got to teach you how to cut a promo. Like, come on, you want to build up your opponent.
I said that's what Floyd Mayweather used to do. He used to always build.
That's the right way of doing it. Why would you go out there and say your
opponent?
Why would you go out there and say your opponent's trash? Because it looks like nothing when you beat them.
I didn't say Oakland was. I didn't say they trash.
But you didn't want to show them no love.
Oh, we got heat for him.
Oh, you got heat. Oh, God. Jeez almighty. I hope it's not like the heat that you had at 12 o'clock. Good God, man. Because if that's what heat, if that's what heat means from Kenny Caraway, boy, the A's are in for a long weekend.
You want to talk about grudges? I don't forget 1989. I don't forget that. I don't forget being 6 years old and crying after Dennis Eckersley had that stupid little fist pump after the final out. I ain't forget that.
I can't tell you how much that concerns me. Like not now, but like 4 or 5 years, you're a little bit older. Maybe you've got something clogged in your heart. They're like the doctor's going to check you and they're going to say, hey, doc, there's something wrong. Like I'm having a pain in my chest. Yeah, your heart is clogged with what? The 1989 World Series. Let it go.
I mean, look, we got 3 championships. I've been to 3 parades. So, I let it go. But in 2012, I remember specifically, I wanted that smoke. I wanted to get back. And the A's didn't want to show up. They had a game 5 at the crib. They didn't want to show up.
Well, they got to show up this weekend.
Mm-hmm.
They got to show up this weekend. It's happening. It's going down. I believe in the Giants, man. I don't know how they got here. I know you said I remember 2 distinctive moments.
Uh-huh.
Last year, you just it coined the term. I got a little emotional.
Yeah.
I remember that moment.
Did I get emotional on Farhan?
Oh, yeah.
Kepler or both?
No. Yep, both.
Okay.
Both. I believe they were both. You talk about having heat.
Yeah.
Yeah, you had heat for both of them.
Yeah, I remember.
But I do remember before the baseball season started, you were talking highly about them. And you said, I don't know where they're going to be. They're going to be better than they were last year. You pointed out the things that you liked about them. I remember at the time, you still had concerns about the bullpen. You still had like concerns, but you didn't have that same feeling that you had when the 60-game season wrapped up.
Right.
So those 2 moments kind of stand out because I wouldn't go so far as to say you saw this coming.
Absolutely not.
But you knew they were going to be solid.
I thought they were going to be in 3rd place, behind the Dodgers and the Padres. In best case scenario, they give us some meaningful baseball in September. Best case scenario. That's what I thought. They got the best record in baseball.
Mm-hmm.
We're getting into July. July's next week.
Yeah,
they got the best record in the game. And shout out to the fathers, to the Padres. Gave us a little breathing room. By sweeping the Dodgers. So now they're going into this Babe Ruth series of 4 games on the Dodgers, 4.5 on the Padres, and 28 on the Diamondbacks.
I'm always quick to point out how much time is left in the season, how many games has passed. There's still an eternity ahead. At some point, you've got to look at the Giants and think, this is who they are. Like this is real. Like this isn't a good stretch.
Right.
Like this is a good season. A stretch is 10, 15 games, not 70, not 75. You know what I mean? And we talked about getting past that 60 number. We're talking about getting past that 60 game marker in the season. And when you have the best record in baseball, what that has historically meant over the last, 15 to 20 years, that's a good sign for the Giants. You mentioned the Padres helping you out. I think the fan giving everybody the bird there, motivated folks.
Hilarious.
That's I need to know that. I desperately need to know the backstory behind that because that was
hilarious.
That was spectacular.
You said something earlier. I don't know if we were on air. It was during the commercial break. You said we'd have a conversation if you were the Dodgers fan in that situation. Would that make you fight?
Yep. And I don't fight. Like I don't fight. Like, but that's why I say I need to know the backstory. You know me. Like I'm not fighting. Like that's not my thing. That's not my bag. But that sort of they had to have had an exchange. Like if they were going back and forth the whole game, that's funny. Like, and it was so smooth. It was funny. But if that's just some random fan doing that, I would have gone Sons and 4 guy and grabbed him by the jersey and pulled him forward. Like, hey, fam, it's not that serious to me. You're not gonna, especially if I'm there with people.
Yeah.
Oh no,
in front of my people.
But even if you're having a back and forth exchange, that's a stretch.
Yeah,
but I'm trusting. I'm gonna trust there's a story there, and my man just didn't look at some stranger throwing a middle finger in his face and him going, that's cool.
Hey, before you do the legals, think about this real quick. You ever been close to fighting at a sporting event?
No.
Tell us in a second.
No. You're listening to ESPN 1320 KIFM West Sacramento, KRXQ HD2 Sacramento and Odyssey Station. And driven by Lashers, Elk Grove Dodge. He's Kenny Caraway. I'm Damian Barley. You can be a part of the show many ways. 916-349-1320. You can connect on Twitter at D-Lo and KC at ESPN 1320. Best way, watch the show here on twitch.tv/ESPN 1320, youtube.com/ESPN 1320. I can't remember if I mentioned the Odyssey app, but you can listen to us anywhere in the world, whether you're in Florida, whether you're in Baltimore, or if you're in the grocery store. No matter where you are, you can listen to us.
Island in the house, everybody.
Yeah, man, we got you.
Connecticut,
we got you. No doubt. Drake you about to join us here coming up in 20 minutes. Pro Insight College and Prep Scout. Curious to get his thoughts on this upcoming draft class. And I'm curious to be interested to talk about like what he'd seen from Marvin Bagley and maybe some members of the Sacramento Kings as well. So we'll talk about that. To answer your question, I have not been close to getting in a fight at a sporting event.
What made you think about it for a second? Well, I need to hear this story.
I remember being particularly agitated at a concert. And it was one of those concerts where, like, because they do this thing now, and I picked up on it on one of the last concerts I went to. So if you've been to, I don't remember if Travis Scott did this or not, but a lot of concerts now, it's not like the stage and the floor. The stage now stretches across the floor, so it runs like it's really long. And I was like, and I used to think, oh, it's like cool set designs, but then I realized what it was for. At least I put this together on my own. It's for social media. It's for people who are on social media who are like, you're on Instagram. No matter where you are, it could look like you're in the front row. Now they may be spending their time like up on the main stage, but when they walk out to a certain little area, it creates a certain look on social media that gets shared and like that's cool. So I was at a concert and I'm a floor guy.
Jay-Z and Beyonce do that for their show.
Exactly. I like being on the floor. So I was on the floor and I was with my sister. I just didn't like something someone did. And when you're on the floor, it's kind of like understood. This is your seat, so to speak. Like this is your area.
Yeah.
I didn't like something dude did. And I was like, yo, you just walked in front of my sister. And we've been here for like hours. And he's like, no, I didn't. I was like, fam. Mind you, we've been standing for like 2.5 hours. You just walked in front of my sister. And my sister, of course, is like, no, it's okay. And she's like, and he's not a big dude, but he was
gotta size him up first, though.
Yeah, no, it wasn't that. No, I was done. Like I wanted the show to be over. Like I was done. So I was really agitated, and I needed like I wasn't gonna fight the dude, but I wanted him to move. And then I think what happened was this other group of girls who were next to me, they told his girl, like, yeah, you can't just start walking in front of people down here. That's foul. And they moved. And I had to calm down. It was stupid. It was whatever. Like, it was dumb. But I was furious that he stepped in front of my sister at that concert.
That's crazy. I wish we could like, go back in time. I could just watch that from the side. That's hilarious.
It takes I know sometimes it sounds like I can get off on one quick. Like I really don't. Like I just don't. That's not my thing. Yeah. But if I'm already there, it can be tough. Like I'm not afraid of like confrontation. Like I'm confrontational.
And see, one time I got close to fighting, and it wasn't even me. Like I unless you're doing something to my son or my family or someone disrespecting me, like really disrespecting me, then we talking about the game. I'm the type of guy, I don't say much, but it's not like McQueen, but I don't say much, but when you get me going, oh, it's on. It's
Yeah.
on. I never initiated, but I can trash talk as good as anybody that you have ever met. I can trash talk as good as John Bull. You know what I'm saying? Just but if you get me going, if you leave
Elite
me
trash
alone,
talker.
I'm not gonna say nothing. I'm gonna just be chill. So I went to the Giants, 2010 Giants Phillies NLCS Game 3, and I went with my buddy Brian Murphy, host of Murphy Mac KMBR 680. He got me a ticket. We were watching the game together, and it was crazy. You know, it was a crazy playoff atmosphere there. And these guys came a little late, and they were some Phillies fans. And they started saying some stuff just in general, like just talking like, yeah, you ain't doing this, to the game.
Mm-hmm.
So once again, they got me going. When Giants did something, I was talking. We talking. You started talking, so now we talking. And y'all don't think you want my trash talk. So then by around, like it was the Giants were winning that game, big plays were happening. And then by about the 7th or 8th inning, I think I said something towards the game or towards the Phillies, like, yeah, Phillies is done. They done. They finished out here. Pack these boys up. And I remember the guy kind of looked at me, and I looked at him, and it was almost like, are we gonna do this right now? Like, are we gonna? And we telepathically, we were like, are we?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, we gonna have?
You was like Girardi and Max. That's what you was like Girardi and Scherzinger the other day.
Right. I was like, we're gonna have a little something here, and he just kind of looked. It was about 15 seconds.
That's a really long time.
Yeah. It was like, I mean, what are we gonna do next? What are we gonna do next? And then his voice was like, come on, man, let's get out of here, try to beat the crowd, man. Phillies ain't gonna win. I don't want to be around here. And he just kind of walked off, and there was no, hey, good game, guy. You know it's off. No, it was none of that.
That's hilarious.
And we kept celebrating. So that was the closest I ever got to doing any kind of altercation at a game.
That is spectacular. I can see it. I love it. That's funny. That is very, very funny.
I wouldn't have fought him though, but I was.
You're not a. You don't.
I would have said. I would have pushed his buttons with my words. I know that much.
Yeah, you don't strike me as a fighter. You rarely get like upset. You rarely get like you were telling me a line that Danny in San Francisco said to you. Everything can't always be good. Like with Kenny, hey Kenny, what you want to do? Like what do we need to do differently on the show? Like how could we? No, everything's good. Oh, it's good. No, I love it. Like it's fun. Like we got it. Like Kenny is like good with everything. Like it's good. No, ain't nothing. It's cool. It's cool.
They come up with a suggestion. What you think about this? Yeah, that's cool. We make
do that. Yeah, we do it. We'll knock it out. Yeah, no big deal. Just casually do it.
Yeah, but like somebody talking about you need to be traded on Twitter, and then you'll get
and then you'll feel the wrath of and that's what we got. We got Marvin Bagley liking tweets on Twitter about getting him out of Sacramento. That's been we saw it last season. We saw it last offseason with Buddy Hield. This is just until they change it. You know, Monty McNair doesn't just have the responsibility of fixing the Sacramento Kings. And by the way, we do have your opportunity to win $1,000 coming up in about 90 seconds. Monty McNair doesn't just have the responsibility of fixing the Sacramento Kings on the court. He has to fix the reputation of the Sacramento Kings. And if he can't fix the reputation, then he's going to be fired and someone else is going to be tasked with that. At some point, ain't nobody going to want to do it. At some point, they're going to start. They're going
to have a bacon job.
At some point, they're going to start looking around like they're going to start doing the George Karl thing. Like, yeah, it's you got to look. You guys are looking in the wrong direction. There's a bigger problem here that needs to be addressed, and if that problem's not addressed, none of these other problems are going to be addressed. Which is why you just got to continue to root for Monty, and you got to hope that he can kind of right this thing, and the team gets better. On the floor, the reputation will get better. If they get better on the floor, we think there is recent history to prove that this is wrong. But if you get better on the floor and hopefully very, very better, you create some stability in your front office. You create some stability with your coaching staff. And that kind of takes the heat off of Vivek and ownership and different things like that. And then you just let basketball people do basketball things. And that's good for everybody.
Part of the solution or part of the problem. There needs to be a line drawn, and you better get on one side or the other right now.
And it feels like Marvin is a part of the problem, and perhaps more frustratingly, given especially after talking to Mark Jones last week, it feels like Marvin doesn't have any interest in being a part of the solution. We'll elaborate on that in just a heartbeat.
Here comes the money.
Here we go. Money talk.
Here comes the money.
It's time for the Summer of Cash contest. All I can envision now is Mo actually getting up off the chair and doing the Shane McMahon dance during the 2:00 hour. It's time for the Summer of Cash contest. Your chance to win $1,000 right now. Text the code word, and this is appropriate, baseball, to 72881. That's baseball, as in Kenny will fight you at a baseball game. To 72881. This is a multi-state contest. Message and data rates apply. And remember, don't cross Kenny at a baseball game, and don't text and drive. Mark Jones was with us last Friday, and he was talking about Marvin working out in Miami and the two exchanging, or I should say working out in Florida. I assume it was Miami, but the two exchanging text messages, Mark feeling positive about where he was, and that Marvin was ready to work and different things like that. And I don't doubt that. Marvin is ready to work. It just appears he hopes he's working in a different uniform.
Yeah. And look,
which is tough when you've dealt with all of this stuff for the last 3 years, and the guy goes, "Yeah, no, I'm healthy now. I'm ready to go."
Right.
Elsewhere.
I'm ready. You're ready to play for somewhere else.
Mm-hmm.
Tell me what you think about this, though, Damian, because I even felt a little uncomfortable thinking like this yesterday, and I had to check myself. I was like, he can want all he wants. Be under club control. And if we want to make it work here in Sacramento, what are you gonna do? Not play? But look,
do that.
You know how we feel about that. I didn't feel right even having that thought, right? But it's still reality. Like, the Kings have control over his contract for I don't know how long. Maybe he would be the first guy to sign the qualifying offer and then be unrestricted after that, but he'd be leaving a lot of money on the table for a guy that can't stay healthy. I don't know if that would be the best business decision.
Yeah.
So what do you think happens here? I know a lot of people are like, just cut your losses.
Yeah.
But I don't know.
But you can't just cut your losses in terms of just trade them at all cost. The sad reality in this is Monty might not have a choice. It could be keep Marvin and deal with whatever this is, or you're trading him for nothing. Because as we've talked about throughout the day, it's not just Kings fans who saw that.
Right.
Like, everybody saw that. Like, other organizations saw that. Other general managers saw that. Other coaches saw that.
Yeah. I don't know. I got to be honest with you, because when I don't know what's next. Everything that I said earlier about Marvin, I didn't say trade his ass. I didn't say that. I don't know.
I know what's next. Trae Young is next.
Hey,
pro inside college and prep scout. He's going to join us. We'll talk about Marvin. We'll talk about Trae. We'll talk about the Kings. We'll talk about Jalen Johnson. There's a lot to talk about with Drake when he joins us next here on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320. Casey, pull that mic down just a little bit. Yeah, so because I want you with that mic, you've got to talk into
the top of it.
Yeah, you got to talk into the top of it.
I meant to unplug that phone too. My bad.
I didn't even hear it. Did it ring?
Mm-hmm.
I didn't hear it.
And it was Xfinity, so it was like, you've got a call from 9163. Thank you.
Oh man,
David, you fool, man, for the graphic, man.
Yeah, right. So when I chuckled in the middle of something, it's because I looked at my mentions and I saw David's graphic, and that made me laugh.
Hey, I'll bring this to the air. So at the house, we're trying to redo the backyard. It's almost finished, but now we have the decision of real grass or field turf. And kind of want to go with field turf, or artificial grass or whatever. People are like, it's super expensive. I feel like it could be just as expensive with real grass and time consuming.
With real grass, I mean, it depends. You don't have any pets, dude. I'd get the field turf.
That's what I feel like too.
Because you got maintenance, and like I know you're gonna want it green, which means you gotta, it's more than just cutting it. You've gotta, you gotta keep it pretty and do all those things.
Do all that other stuff.
Yeah, just get the field turf.
Yeah.
Like it's my money. Just get the field turf. Yeah, my sister has it, and it's dope. I wouldn't want it just because of the dogs, but
you guys do me a favor, Jesse, and because we're looking for who could even give us like a good quote. If you guys know anybody, let me know.
I'll see what I can find.
Oh, got you. And your sister lives in the Bay Area too, huh, Damien?
Mm-hmm. Yep. Yep. Oh yeah. Yeah.
That's in my head all the time now.
Oh man. Hey, something from the dope ones was delivered.
Oh, slid.
Sack is dope. Yeah, that's the one thing about the dope ones. You're not going to get a package with all of your shirts in it. You're going to get them shipped from like 40 different locations, 10 different countries, 10 different speeds. Boy, they on Scotty. Scotty crossed the wrong person.
Scotty who?
Pippen.
What'd he do?
He went at KD.
Oh,
so KD went to I think he said KD he discredited KD in Golden State and criticized him for getting knocked out by the Bucks.
Damn.
In a GQ article, which I'm still trying to put together. It's like, who in GQ thought, let's go get Scottie Pippen. I'm curious about that. Does he have a book? Okay,
yeah,
that's what it is.
Response to The Last Dance, isn't it?
Yeah. Oh, okay. Who launched a bourbon and failed? Oh, Michael B. Jordan. No, it wasn't bourbon. It was rum.
He did a rum?
He launched a rum and he named it something apparently is super offensive to Caribbean people, and they went at his neck. Not sure who that was. Someone hacked.
Was it the real Jay Williams?
Jay Will changes. I want to say this again. Jay Will is our guy.
He is definitely our guy.
Not only do we want to have Jay Will on the show, we want to have Jay Will on for happy hour.
Yeah, man.
We want to spend. We're gonna let things simmer down a little bit, and then we could get we're gonna let things simmer down, and then we can get Jay Will on the air, and then we get to the point where we're having fun, we're sipping some McQueen in the Violet Fog, and then we could ask him about the tweet, and then when he says it wasn't him, we could call him a liar, and everybody will laugh. But we're not at that point. Like, we can't call him a liar about it tomorrow. No. We need to let it. We need to let it chill.
Yeah,
we need
maybe free agency.
That's it. Like, hey, man. Speaking of free agency, no smooth segue. Like, hey, man, remember that tweet about the first coach of color? And it's so amusing too that he used I think I don't remember if he said person of color or coach of color, because I feel like he wasn't positive that he was black. You know what I mean? like Ime Udoka. Oh, that's a person of color. Like, okay. I mean, you're wrong on every front, but still.
Jay Williams come to think of it, he's had a rough month. Didn't KD get on his head a couple weeks ago?
Bad.
And that's his boy. Damn.
That was bad.
So I still got
that
love
was
for
tough.
Jay Will. Jay Will, I've heard a couple different like long form interviews, like podcasts and stuff like that. I he's a fascinating guy. I love to hear him speak and like tell stories and things of that nature. I do like Jay Will, but he was tripping. He was tripping.
Hey man, it's just a tough month, man. We have him. June, not his time. Not his. Scottie Pippen's on his way to a tough month as well. There's a lot of guys you could go at on social media. KD, that's probably not one that you want to go at. He went at him in a GQ article. We'll cover that at a later date and time. Let's bring in Drake Yu of Pro Insight College and Prep Scout. Drizzy, what's good?
What's up, fellas?
Man, we're thrilled. We're thrilled to have you, man. Thanks for joining us. There's a lot that we can dive into, particularly with the lottery taking place just a couple of days ago. Anybody in any of this? There's this draft class is being spoken of glowingly. Anybody in this draft class really caught your eye?
Yeah, it's an interesting draft, man. I've been hearing about this draft now for a couple of years, even when working with the Kings. I think it's like the top 4 guys I think are like legit studs. I think there's definitely like a next tier of players in between that 5 to 10 range that are solid. I think that the thing about this class is that you had like a lot of highly touted kids coming out of high school, and then a lot of them kind of underperformed their college season, their 1 year. And so it'll be interesting to see kind of where those like, are teams willing to take a gamble and like bet on that high school ranking and like a lot of what got them to those colleges, or are they going to, go with what they know and go with an older kind of upperclassman who's a little more ready, which you've also seen in the lottery. So I think it'll be a fun draft. It'll be really interesting to see, obviously, what certain teams do. Some teams have some more flexibility than others. So I'm excited to kind of see where we land.
Yeah, to your point, Drake. I mean, I remember probably before COVID and everything else happened there, you were looking and everybody else was looking at this draft like, how we say 4 deep right now, like a top 4 there. Like this is a top 9, top 10, with all the guys that they thought were blue chippers, and it was just a crazy year as well. So we'll see how those guys perform. Let me ask you a question real quick, because I put out KC's mock draft 1.0 yesterday. Mock draft 1.0 is out. And one of the, I kind of zagged a little bit. I was looking at the situation, with the number 2 pick. I know everybody has Evan Mobley at number 2. I said Jalen Suggs. I said Jalen Suggs at number 2 to the Rockets. And one of the reasons why I say that is, I'm not completely sold on Evan Mobley, but even besides that, I just feel like the way the game is right now, if you can get to a lead guard, if you can get your point guard, that's probably where you start your franchise as opposed to the center. What do you think about that whole prospect of somebody other than Mobley number 2?
It's so funny. Obviously, I have a history in draft rooms with the Kings, and like one of my bigger takeaways is if you're like really paying attention to playoff basketball and like the direction that the game's going, I'm not saying that Evan Mobley isn't like ultra talented and could he end up being an Anthony Davis like player. Like I can totally see that, but I think if like I'm projecting on like if you're drafting the top 5, you obviously want to try and get a star. And the stars in today's game, you got to be able to like play with the ball in your hands, and guys that can create for themselves and for others. And obviously, shooting is like to me, it's like the most important skill that translates. And so I'm 100%. I think that like that 1 and 2 position for me are like the most important in the game, obviously in today's game. And so I'm with you. I think that like depending on obviously Houston and Cleveland are 2 teams that like I think are in desperate need of talent and don't necessarily have the luxury of trying to pick for fit necessarily. And so I was listening to Zach Lowe this morning on his podcast, and I think he's right. Like there's not a huge difference between 1 to 4. And so like depending on which teams like which players, teams can look to trade down and kind of play this poker face as far as like which guy that they like the most and kind of going with it. But I think that like, yeah, between Jalen Suggs, Jalen Green is another guy who I think could easily become the best player in this class. It's like, I don't know if you can go wrong in that top 4.
What about Jalen Johnson, who landed at number 9 in Kenny Caraway's mock draft 1.0?
I had the Kings. Selecting Jalen Johnson at number 9. And just for context, I like Moses Moody probably a little better, but he was already gone. Davion Mitchell was already gone. Scotty Barnes was already gone. I pretty much picked him over Keon Johnson.
Yeah, so like it's funny, like the Keon Johnsons, the Jalen Johnsons, the Moses Moody's, like some guys in that range that I think kind of fall under that, like a couple of those guys that underperformed expectations. Personally, for me, and especially I think like looking at a situation like Sachs, like I don't know if I like to go now based on with what I know. And so things that I've seen in college, like production, I guess is what I'm ultimately saying. Like I would like to see like some, obviously those guys have a ton of upside. I just don't know if I've seen the production that I would feel confident in betting in if I'm Sacramento right now. Just saying like, the truth of the matter is I don't know if any decision maker in SAC, if there even is a decision maker, but I don't know if they truly have time. And so like, if I'm in a decision-making role with Sacramento right now, I think I got to go with production that I've seen and can bet on. And then like, hopefully you see like a level of upside and to where there's like, okay, I can plug and play this kid now. And I don't have to wait 4 years until, you know, I can potentially see like that fruit bear. Or so with a guy like Jalen Johnson, like I think his profile, and it's a position of need for the Kings. I just personally, his feel for the game is a little raw for me. Decision making, I just think he's a little farther away for me to like fully bet on. And some of the guys that I like a lot at 9, I think might be off the board. Like your board. I mean, obviously Scotty Barnes would be a dream, and you know, ideally if there's a Halliburton that somehow falls to 9 that you know becomes like a great piece for the Kings, but. I'm not saying I see the argument for a guy like Jalen. I just don't know if I'm fully there yet at 9. Yeah. But that's me. I think I'm trying to say like I want to see a kid that has like the ability to play sooner rather than later.
Gotcha.
What do you think, Dre? You with us here on Dealing with KC. When you watched the Kings, what do they need? Like when you evaluate them, what do you think they are lacking right now?
Talent for one.
Damn. There's that.
It's hard. I mean, like I love everyone on the team. I love the coaching staff. Like I think that it's been like a hard couple of years. I think for trying to build something and continuity. And I mean, there's been a ton of changes over the last 5-10 years, unfortunately. But I think like ultimately, when you look at and watching playoff basketball, and I've watched every one of the Kings games this year. It's like. Looking at teams playing now, it's like it feels like we have such a far way to go to get to that level. And so much of it has to start, it starts with like getting guys that are talented. I think that we need toughness for sure, guys that are willing to play through injury, you know, really care about winning and like are all in on this concept of like building a team together. And so I think we need like leadership, IQ. I think we need like really improve like intelligence, I guess, like getting smart players, guys that obviously can shoot, dribble, pass, like understand the game. But I think like off the top of my head, those are kind of some of the initial needs, length, like positionally, but I think that like we need everything.
In that same vein, can Marvin, because obviously Marvin Bagley's been a big topic of conversation today. Skill-wise, like, is there still something there with him?
Absolutely. I think that, like, I think it would probably have to happen somewhere else. I just think that, like, there's a lot of water under the bridge, and he has a lot of growing up to do, I think, individually. And so I just kind of think personally that, like, a change of scenery would be great for him. It'd be great for the Kings. Like, but, like, fundamentally, I believe in his skill set. I think at the end of the day, the poor guy gets killed, but I mean, he's still like a 14.5, 9 rebound guy. He's had unfortunate luck with injuries over the years. And I think that like getting him into an environment where he can like get coached, be held accountable, like kind of just start from scratch. I think that like he's got a really interesting skill set, but he just hasn't really had a long enough stretch to like play games and get experience, valuable experience in years 1 and 2 and even 3 now. Like, I think, and you guys know, like, kids have to play. You have to, like, to get that feel and understanding. Like, he's still so raw to me, and it's really hard for me to, like, condemn a kid when it's like he's just had really bad luck to this point. And so, do I still think he has a chance? Absolutely. He's like 21 years old still. But all that being said, like, he's got a long way to go. He's got a lot of work to do and, like, a lot of growing up to do. But I wouldn't write him off necessarily, personally.
To that point with somebody like Marvin, because I've said a couple different times, like, as much as it frustrates me, the team Bagley and, the passive aggressive tweets and all this other stuff, not to be this way, but they're still under contract and they're essentially under club control for another 5-6 years. Is it a situation where, like, you guys come to the table, you work through that, they've got something that you want as far as the Kings want and something Marvin Bagley wants, and vice versa? Or is it a situation where, what is he going to do? Just not play for the Kings? Like, take the qualifying offer and risk all that money? Like, what if the Kings are like, no, we want to make this work here? What would happen in that situation, in your opinion?
In my opinion, you let the guy play out this year, and you don't extend him, and you let him create his own market. And so the onus is on him to, show out this year, be healthy, play every game, show that you can, potentially become a starting center in this league. And to me, that's like been the biggest problem with him getting drafted to Sacramento, is like identity issues. Is like, is he a power forward? Are we playing him as a center? Do some people think he can play small forward? Like, that from day one was like the issue. And to me, he's always been a center. He did everything that we wanted Willie Cauley-Stein to do more consistently coming out of college. And so you have this rim running big that can, like, really get up and down with De'Aaron. We want to play with pace and space. And so, like, the thought was, okay, now we got a 20 and 10 guy that we can pair with De'Aaron. Like, to me, Marvin has to understand who he is as a player. And the only way to do that, I think I'm actually happy that they held on to him at the deadline if they didn't feel like they can get real return. Like, let him play into this year. You don't have to start him. You don't have to pay him. Like, let him create his own market, prove to, at least for a season, that he can stay healthy and produce, and then kind of see what you have. And you have the ability to match if a team were to throw a number that you felt comfortable matching.
What's the number one thing you look for when you're evaluating ball players?
Oh, it's a great question. Personally, I always look to, I look for feel. Like, does the guy know how to play? Does he understand who he is as a player? Can he, does he understand spacing? Does he understand, like, can he dribble, pass, and shoot? Like, does he have a high level of, I'm very, like, skill driven, more so even than, like, athletically focused or wingspan. Because I think that, like, you really minimize your risk as far as, like, drafting players if a guy at least has, like, an understanding of how to play. So I look for that. I look for positional size and length. I think that, like, those two things really matter. And then you have to obviously have, like, a baseline of athleticism and, be able to guard and defend your own positions. But I love guys that are, like, versatile players. Positionless is a term that's always thrown out there, but I love, like, switchable guys that can, defensively have, like, a physical frame and, like, the ability to, like, defend at this level, and then offensively can, understand, side-to-side action, get into play pick and roll, space the floor and be able to shoot it, understand how to move without the basketball. Like, those are kind of things that I take into account as I'm trying to watch guys and rank them and evaluate them.
Yeah. Drake, also looking at this draft, I think there's a lot of guys later in the first round and even in the second round who are, like, some really good ball players. One person that comes to my mind from some mocks that I've seen, a guy like Josh Christopher. I think that man can go, and they got him slated for the second round. Is there any sleepers in your head that maybe aren't getting any first round love that might fall into that second round who you're really high on?
Yeah, there's a couple. Today I was watching a lot more of this kid, and I'm really growing on him. Trey Murphy out of Virginia, 6'8", long. He's got, like, a 6'11", 7-foot wingspan. But, like, you talk about, 3 and D and guys that can come in with positional size, length, skill. It seems like he's kind of picking up some momentum. He started off like back into the second round, and now I don't know where consensus boards have him, but the more I was watching him, I'm like, dude, this dude can be like a Mikal Bridges, like, role player, and it's a perfect guy that, the Kings, if you're looking to try and find value, which you have to do in the draft if you're Sacramento, like, he's someone that I really am intrigued by. And like you said, like Josh Christopher is another perfect example of a guy who like was low key a lottery pick before the season started, and then like somehow, then he underperformed, and kind of, I think that there's gonna be a ton of those guys, like you said, in this like second round, and Kings I think pick at 39, I saw, and so yeah, like him, or like Terrence Shannon's another guy at Texas Tech who I love, like as a utility guy. I think like. That back end, like that second round used to be my wheelhouse, working with Stockton and, trying to find value at like, with two-way players and getting guys on exhibit 10s. And so like, yeah, trying to find guys that you can actually project at the next level like into a role, I think are always interesting. But yeah, I guess off the top of my head, those are two guys that have recently picked up steam on my own draft board, I should say.
That's great stuff. Drake, we appreciate you, man. We're going to have to talk to you more as the draft approaches, man. We appreciate your time.
Absolutely. Hey, Drake, once this hamstring heals, man, I'm going to come out there and hoop. And I'm going to tell you right now, I'm playing no defense.
Drake, that hamstring ain't healing, Drake. That hamstring ain't healing.
I've been hearing this for weeks.
Yep. My age, Drake. It takes a little longer than normal. But look, I'm going to use that example when I don't play no defense. I'm like, it's the hammy, bro. Just pass it to me over here in the corner.
He's that guy on the court. I love it. That's what team defense is for.
Exactly.
Smart players
hide me in the corner.
Yeah, I was gonna say you're gonna have to hide him. Yeah, you gonna have to hide him, and he's gonna be camping around that 3-point line the whole time.
Absolutely. Thank you guys for having me, man. Big fan.
Yeah, appreciate it, man. That's Dre, you Pro Insight College Scout Prep. You obviously did work for the Sacramento Kings as well. Stockton Kings, he found some gems along the way. Great talking to him. Great getting his thoughts on the draft. Great. Man, he didn't pull any punches.
Not at all.
Hey, man, what do the Kings need? Talent? Damn. All right. Well, got that. Hey, Marvin Bagley still got some tools? Absolutely. He just ain't going to use them here. Well, damn. If that ain't a fitting final 30 minutes to this show, I don't know what the hell is.
He keeps it a stack, man.
Ain't nobody. I tell you what, ain't nobody going to accuse him not.
And Jesse as well. Let's not forget the other quote. If there's a decision maker,
jeez, man, he low key eviscerated the Kings like 4 times, and the jacked up part is. The real jacked up part is he didn't say anything that wasn't true.
Oh, man, he kept it a stack.
When's the first game of the season? Is the schedule out yet?
I'm still disagreeing with my man Drake, man. I don't think the Kings are as far away as some people think they are.
John Bull says that was the most professional way of absolutely destroying the Kings. That's facts. That's facts.
But look, it's interesting to see certain outlooks on the Kings, because there are people like Drake, like Charles Barkley, who are like, they're far away. And then you got guys like a George Karl, who has probably all the venom in the world for the Sacramento Kings organization, but it's like, they're not that far away. They need a player here or there. Mark Spears, I think, said the same thing. Like, they need a player here or there to get to a postseason situation. Now, Drake may be looking at it as like watching the playoffs right now. Like, they're not conference finals.
If you head over to his Twitter account, he's really into Atlanta right now.
Yeah.
And therefore, that probably explains part of his feelings.
They definitely don't have the firepower that Atlanta has.
They do not.
But I don't know, man. I still think if they have a good draft and Monty does a good job in this offseason, I think they are a back-end playoff, play-in, postseason type team. I do.
Hey, Drake, any reason to be excited about the Sacramento Kings?
I do not.
Okay. I guess the proper way to phrase it to make that. Do you think there's any reason to be excited about the Sacramento Kings?
I do not.
Well, I mean, maybe, if somebody asked me today if the Kings are a playoff team. Can they make the playoffs? Maybe I'd sound like Garrett Cole.
Here comes the
No, that's the wrong button. God bless it. See, you set me up beautifully for it. Do it again. Take two. Ready in 3, 2, and go.
I mean, if somebody asked me, do I think the Kings are a playoff team? Can they make it? I don't know. Maybe I'd sound like Garrett Cole.
I don't know. I don't know if I don't quite know how to answer that, to be honest.
Second take, baby. Nailed it. We just needed a second take.
Better than I thought the first time.
It's so good. That's so good. I have stuff on the soundboard. I don't even know what it is. I have got to clean this thing up. And we have Doc. We could get Doc too. Hey, Doc. Doc, can the Kings be a playoff team next year?
Yeah, David, I don't know that question or the
That's
answer to that right now.
Okay. And that's great because I feel like if we had asked Drake the same question, he'd have been like, "No, no."
That boy Drizzy would have been like,
he would have hung
he
up.
wouldn't even answered. He just would have laughed.
He would have hit us with
Whose man's is this?
Man.
Look, man. I'm telling you, I'm still here. I'm still standing. I'm not gonna play.
Oh no,
I'm still here. I'm still standing. Playoffs, postseason next year for the Kings.
Oh, I was waiting for you to hit the. I was waiting for you to hit the button.
David likes for me to hit the button.
Still standing. I'm still strong.
Yeah.
So terrible.
I'm here by myself. I think. Look, man. I'm still believing that they can make. They were only 2 games out of the play-in this year. Isn't that? Y'all act like they were the Houston Rockets.
That's true.
All they got to do is have only one 9-game losing streak.
Oh gosh,
they'll make it. Just shorten that 9-game losing streak. One of those, not 2. You would have made it.
Is any other fan base like in the league talking like, if we had, damn it, if we'd only had one 9-game losing streak instead of 2, we would have made the play-in.
Oh, Kyle, you're right, Kyle. Kyle Randa. Get this back on a positive note. Yeah.
All right. I got you. What about the playoff drought?
I can guarantee you that's over.
It's over, Mr.
No,
Halliburton.
I feel great now.
Yeah.
I hadn't heard that in a couple days. Play that again. What did he say? He said it.
I can guarantee you that's over.
That's over.
Over.
That boy, Mr. Halliburton. Well, that's my boy. You don't see him liking anything crazy.
Hey, Shaq, tell us a big fat lie if the Kings are going to make the playoffs.
This is June 4th.
Oh, it's too long. It's way too long. I forgot. They run through the whole highlight of the alley-oop, and then he goes to say, Dad, win for me. Like, what? He's like 4 months. No, he said, I didn't even know he could talk. Like, wait a minute. You didn't know your son could talk? Imagine being called a liar by all of your coworkers on national television.
Like, no.
I would have played it. It's a great clip. It's just an hour long to get to the point that's funny.
They no-selled it. Well, while we're going down the soundboard, I'm just saying, like, if Marvin Bagley next year can play the center like an all-star center, like that old boy in Chicago used to be in Orlando, then we great.
Big Vucevic.
All right.
Big boot.
I think at this point we're just amusing ourselves. At this point, you talk about the ultimate optimism. David J is right. Only one 9-game losing streak. Can you imagine being a Kings fan? You go into the season and you go, look, Luke, all I'm asking is for you to only lose 9 games in a row once. That's it. Nothing else. Just one 9-game losing streak.
Check this out. What if they had that conversation this year? And he's like, just lose 9-game one. Oh, that's nothing. That's easy. That's all you're asking me to do?
That's nothing to a boss. I got it. 9 games, man. We on it. Shoot, let's just go ahead and lose the first 9. Knock it out right now. It ain't going to happen again.
Damn.
Oh, man. To be
3.
Let's go. Chris Paul is back.
CP3 is back. And no, so no, you asked a question before we break. Is this the biggest game of Chris Paul's career?
I mean, it's not a decide. He was a part of the Houston Rockets in a game 7, but he didn't play. Like, his hamstring was gone.
Right.
I'm trying to figure out a scenario. He beats the San Antonio Spurs in a game 7. I know that was a big emotional moment for him.
It was big.
I think they got swept right after that. Like, I think it ended, maybe they didn't get swept, but it ended pretty quickly for them after that. I mean, you go up 3-0. I mean, you've pretty much got the series. This is this the most important game? Is this the biggest game of Chris Paul's career?
Your point and your argument is 100% valid. I still say, and maybe it's, semantics, tomato, all this other stuff. I still say game 5 in that Western Conference Finals against the Warriors was the biggest game of his career, where he put them up 3-2.
Okay.
He finish it off because the hamstring exploded. But that was big time. You had a chance to go up 3-2 and get yourself one game away with 2 games left to the NBA Finals. Now, who knew his hamstring was going to explode?
But you about to do the same thing. You about to get one up. You about to get one away with 4 chances to get that one.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
Who do you think? So recent history says Clippers are good. Clippers are in a prime spot to win the series. For the Clippers, they're in a prime spot to win the series. They dropped the first 2, no big deal. They get to LA, they're good to go. Ain't nothing to see here.
Shannon Sharp, ain't no problem. Ain't no problem at all.
Ain't no problem at all. They're ready to go. One small note here. Chris Paul is back. We've noted that. Kawhi Leonard is not. Kawhi Leonard is not walking through that door, as I don't know who created that phrase, but he's not. I mean, was it Rick Pitino? It was Larry Bird ain't walking through that door. Who was not walking through that door?
Larry Bird, Robert Parrish, Kevin McHale. They're not walking through that door.
That's why Rick Pitino didn't last long there in Boston, because those guys didn't walk through the door. We know Paul George is capable. Obviously, we know this Clippers team is very capable. But with Chris Paul's returning, normally you have the momentum of, okay, back in LA, we're home now. The constant talking point of role players play better at home. Great. But the problem is you've got a starter coming back. The line isn't starters don't play as well on the road. Starters do their job generally. Starters do their job on a game-to-game basis, but it's the other guys that you might be able to get a little bit more production of. They might feed off the crowd a little bit more. So you might get that from Los Angeles. You might get that boost from the Clippers tonight, but you get the boost of the return of Chris Paul tonight. No more FaceTiming after the game. He's going to be right there with you.
Facts. I will say this, and maybe this is just me rooting for the Clippers here, but Cameron Payne gave 26 last night or in game 2.
Okay, sounds right.
That was essentially what Chris Paul might give you, 26 in a game.
Okay.
So
I feel you. I see where you're going.
Maybe that's a situation where you got a Chris Paul-like game and you were still there to win that game. All you got to do is do a couple more things better if you're the Clippers at home. You got a guy like Cam Johnson. I think he hit 5 threes or something in that game. The Suns are 100% capable of executing the same things that they did on Tuesday night in game 2 because they're that good of a team. But you got
so what you're saying is Chris Paul is not important. Wow. What a day.
Relax. Calm down.
Okay.
Somebody that you've been relying on, though, if you're the Clippers for a long time, 2 guys you've been relying on, Marcus Morris and Nick Batum. They combined for 10 points in game 2. You got to think, especially the way Marcus Morris has played in these playoffs, you got to think he's gonna perform better at home.
I thought he did some really stupid things in game 2, though. Yeah. I mean, again, those things happen. I don't know what to do with this game tonight. Like I don't know.
Stern was around. Clippers are winning.
That's uncalled for. God bless David Stern.
I love David
Come on,
Stern.
man.
I love David Stern.
I mean, I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm just saying that was uncalled for. I can't pick this one tonight. Like if you told me Paul George was going for 39, I'd believe you. I believe you. I'm not going to go into the pandemic P is back because he missed a couple of free throws.
Well, I'm not
doing that.
Either, but I mean, his psyche does need to be.
He's all right.
Like that. That's a potential Nick Anderson moment.
Ouch. George. Yeah, that's true. I'm not worried.
PG, man. I'm gonna say that he's tough enough. Get past that. Have a big game tonight. Let's go, PG.
I think he does have a big game. I just don't know that it amounts to a Clippers win. I legitimately is why I don't gamble. I cannot pick this game tonight.
Well, you're gonna have to.
No, I don't.
Yes, you do.
Says who?
Says me and everybody else listening. I'm saying Clippers
that.
won tonight. I said they were going to win a game too. They were this close. They were this close to executing, but tonight they will win.
Okay.
2-1 series.
Since you're making me do this, and if it was 4.5 minutes later, I'd just end the show and say, sorry, we're out of time. I think I'm leaning towards 3-0.
Oh, Jesse, put that on a shirt. Give a rewind clip. Damien just said 3-0. So when it's wrong, everybody go back to that tweet.
I'm leaning towards 3-0, and I'm really starting to lean on the Phoenix Suns winning the NBA Finals.
Now I'm not gonna say you're getting out of control. I still think the Bucks are gonna win, but so it's crazy.
Right? Do we? Okay, go ahead, because I need to ask you one more thing about the Bucks before today's show's in. But go ahead.
Sure. But I was just gonna say, after Game 3 of the first round series between the Lakers and the Suns, the Lakers were a minus like 850 to win that series. That's how rough the Suns looked in Game 3 and how good the Lakers looked. And the Suns haven't lost a game since. The Suns were down by 11, like halfway through Game 4 of that series. Then AD, something happened with the groin, and the entire landscape of the NBA ended up changing to the point where we have people saying, I think the Suns are going to win the finals. They were dead. It's crazy. I'm not saying anybody's right or wrong. I'm just saying it's crazy how things change.
And then they were alive.
Man. Wow.
Terrence says here on YouTube, youtube.com/ESPN1320. We appreciate everybody who's there. If you're not a subscriber yet, hit the subscribe button. If you haven't hit the thumbs up yet, hit the thumbs up as well. Terrence said, Bucks don't play like they want to win. Will you give credit to the Atlanta Hawks? I know you had a problem with Milwaukee last night, and I know you're frustrated that it looks like, and frustrated is probably a strong word for it, but Milwaukee looks like they're kicking out, they're hulking up. They win the series, and here we go. Now we're finally getting what we want to see from the Milwaukee Bucks, and then Atlanta beats them. And I talked about Atlanta's poise and how I was really impressed with Milwaukee being up late, having those baskets that were setting the crowd on fire. Atlanta just taking the ball, getting up the floor, running their offense, no panic whatsoever, getting the job done. I give all the credit in the world to the Atlanta Hawks for winning that game last night.
Yeah.
I don't. You do the same?
Yeah, they won that game last night.
Okay.
I still think the Bucks are going to win the series.
Okay.
I'm not worried about that. But
you're not down on the Bucks because they lost last night.
Nah, I mean, they're, like you said, a little frustrated, a little like, come on, man, y'all just were able to pull off that incredible Game 7 win, and you come back and you don't win Game 1, but I still think they'll win the series.
Who are you more impressed with right now, Atlanta or Phoenix?
Atlanta. No shade to Phoenix, but I only say that because Phoenix was the number 2 seed. We knew Phoenix was a good team. I know at one point late in the season, I was like, there's no way they're a championship contender. I get that, but even then, we knew they were a good team. Atlanta, I mean, I didn't see them being in the Eastern Conference Finals. And you talk about Phoenix winning an NBA championship. There is a real world where the Hawks win the NBA championship with the way they're playing right now.
That's, yeah, Shot a Man here on YouTube just messaged us, Hawks versus Suns. I mean, to me, that sounds entertaining as hell.
Yeah, it's fun.
That sounds fantastic. Though I don't know that there's a finals matchup that doesn't look good to me. Like, you put any of these 4 teams in there, like, I'm happy with it. You're going to get Giannis. You're going to get Trae. You're going to get the way this Atlanta team. You're going to get the way the Phoenix team is playing. I mean, the Clippers without Kawhi Leonard will, what I'd be happy for in that situation. And this is the biggest thing that's given me pause on 3-0. And it's not Paul George. It's my guy, Ty Lue. And how about this note from Adrian Wojnarowski? We didn't get an opportunity. We didn't get an opportunity to talk about this as much as I wanted to, but Adrian Wojnarowski tweeted, and if you saw what Rick Carlisle said earlier, maybe you're not surprised to see this coming. The Dallas Mavericks are closing in on the hiring of a new GM, and Jason Kidd has emerged as a strong front runner to be hired as head coach. Interesting that they're hiring the new GM and Jason Kidd has emerged as a front runner. Like, did they tell the new GM? Because speaking from a fan base that has experience, just make sure everybody's on board here with this.
Oh, the gambler told him that's what's going to happen.
The gambler.
The whole Bob. He's a gambler.
Ah, the gambler. Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. We appreciate you so much for being with us, whether you're on the Odyssey app, 1320 AM, Twitch, or YouTube. Make sure that you are back with us tomorrow here on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320.
Holla.
Yeah, that was legit.
People was in here, man.
That was dude. I think that was your best show.
Well, thank you.
Like that opening 40 plus minutes, that was the shit. Like, you killed it.
Thank you very much.
Yeah. You're the star of most shows, but this one, this is yours, man. That was good stuff.
Kobe and Shaq, man. You know what it is, man.
I know we got to cut, Renee and Deuce and Mo and stuff, but something from KC early in the show was, man, that was legit. Yeah, that was legit.
Appreciate you clearing the lane for me too, man. Just
and
do what you do.
Gotta be the good. Man. I'm the point guard. I gotta get out the way when my man got the shot. Speaking of shots, head over to thedopeones.com and grab your. We're working on some new merchandise too. Use the promo code DLOKC. That's DLOKC for 10% off your order. Get your hoodies, get your t-shirts, get your stickers, get your cups, get all of that good stuff. Over at thedopeones.com. Check out the rest of the great merchandise they got over there as well, and be on the lookout. We've got some plans coming your way.
Yes, indeed.
Over there on thedopeones.com.
JT, man. Hey, shout out to the Avalon. You know what I'm saying? His birthday's a couple days after mine. Not cancer season for JT, though. You know what I'm saying? Cancer season over here. And we just took the whole stage on the Avalon, you know what I'm saying, for the birthdays. And it was crazy. It was an all-time moment.
I remember them Avalon joints. I have a picture somewhere of me, and I swear me, my guys at KSFM, and Bonzi Wells.
Oh, snap.
I think Bonzi had been in Sacramento for about an hour and a half, and he hit us up trying to figure out where to go. And we said, we got the spot for you. And we're on that stage at Avalon, and I'm in a way too freaking baggy button down. My glasses on inside, not dark glasses. I've never worn dark glasses, but it's like
on inside.
I don't wear dark. You see the glasses I wear, those tinted ones. Like I've worn those for. When I find something I like, I just stay with it.
Hey, that's what happens. That's what anybody that knows their role does. I do it.
Coach Molly knows what's up.
Yeah, Coach Molly.
I feel like me and Coach Molly might have cut it up a couple of times and just didn't know it.
Might have crossed paths.
Might have cut it up there on Avalon.
Might have danced to buy you a drink one time.
That's the era. That's the era. Them T-Pain joints.
Somebody asked the question on social media. They were like, "What's the Hall of Fame? The top 3 clubs in Sacramento history?" I think Avalon has to be on there.
Avalon's probably up there. Oh man.
I mean, this
I didn't like Tanel.
That was crazy.
I didn't like Tanel. Stank, dude. Like Tanel smelled. It was so musty and hot. Remember 815 doors in. Okay. Oh, I didn't get it at first. Okay. Can some brother get some social media, some IG videos?
Absolutely. You know what I'm saying?
Lil
G1C is about done. Lil G1C is about
I like it. All right. I think Jazzy say she's telling you can come home and you probably have to pick something up on your way back.
I know, right? I didn't I was just about to say, Coach Molly, what was the place in Folsom that was under 21?
I thought the jukebox was Roseville.
It might have been, but it was 18
Roseville.
and over, right?
Yeah.
The jukebox.
Yeah, the jukebox was Roseville. Oh, apparently you can stay it. Apparently you can stay. You stay there. What about 815 L Street?
That was popping.
It was cool. Same people as Avalon.
Which y'all know, see, and Damien, you might have been a little too big time for this one. What y'all know about the Rage? College night.
I know about the Rage. Davis. Was that Davis? No, that was Arden. Yeah. What was the club in Davis?
Well, I heard about it. I never went there, but I heard about it.
What was that club called in Davis? Yeah, I remember the Rage. I think I went to the Rage maybe once.
Man, the Rage on a Wednesday
maybe
night.
Once.
College night.
Yeah.
Yo, that place. You want to talk about a movie?
The Grad. That's the Davis joint. That's the Davis joint. Okay. See, Bobby McGee's. I don't remember doing Bobby McGee's. I think that was a little bit. Bobby McGee was that's on Sunrise, right? I think that's a little bit before my time. My coach, how old are you? I think that's a little bit before my time. Maybe Bobby McGee's. Maybe. But hey, that's on
It was Ace. It was. That's good Sacramento knowledge from you over there in New York. It's a crazy name. It's a crazy name.
Andy Diamond knows what's up. She been to the Grad. She been to the Grad. I don't know.
Is that the place on Florin Road? HF?
La Tropicana. I remember that. I remember that. Bobby McGee's was 80s. Okay. All right, David. God bless it. David don't know how to act.
What y'all know about I don't know if it was every Saturday, but when they would do Hard Rock.
I remember Hard Rock. Yeah.
Some performances, going to the club afterwards. Shout out. The Mix. See, now the Mix.
Oh, I remember this. I remember
Wait
that.
a minute. Was that the one?
That's not in Sacramento. City was in San Francisco.
Yeah. City Lights. City Lights. Oh, man.
Yeah, buddy.
Poppin'.
Yeah, that sounds right. The Mix was the trendy spot. That's a little bit later. But that was definitely the trendy spot. I think it still is the trendy spot.
And DeMarcus and Carl Landry might be the only ones they was letting in there.
Oh, I ran into who was it? In his Gucci sweater. Mateen Cleaves.
Oh, shout out Mateen.
Playing pool in that musty ass bottom floor at Tenel 21.
Oh man. Yeah, I think that's
Amazon on there's a club on Garfield? Tim, I think Tim rolls with a different crew. I don't know what that is.
And then we always got what was the sports bar you used to always talk about in Old Sac?
Polyesters. I remember that joint. Polyesters with the was it I remember, I can't remember if it was, I was filling in on a club night for Big Al, and I can't remember if it was Polyesters or not. I can't remember what club it was, but it was Big Al's night, but he was on vacation, so I filled in for him. And the lady comes up to me, she was like, yo, she didn't say it like that. She was like, hey, are you gonna do the whipped cream game? And I'm like, I was like, what does Big Al do here? I was like, I don't know. What is the whipped cream game? And she goes, you take these, she pulls out like 4 bags of whipped cream and you go spray them on the girls. I was like, I'm not doing that. I'm not doing that. Like, if you want me to like instigate it for like some, like the people who work here to do that, I'm not doing that. And she goes, oh, Big Al does it all the time. I'm like, Big Al freaky ass in here spraying whipped cream on everybody. Man, let me talk to Al when Big Al gets back. I'll never forget that. You gonna do the whipped cream game?
Oh man,
the hell is that?
It was popping. Oh yeah, Coach J Roberts center court was a vibe.
Center court. Oh yeah, I used to
3 months. It was a vibe.
We used to sit out Friday nights. Me, Al Biacani, and some of our training crew. we'd sit out at center court on Friday night. But the rule was we had 7 a.m. training the next morning. And if you can't, like, if you are out Friday, you have to be at training at 7 a.m. And, bruh, we went hard one night. And I remember my man Russ, God rest his soul, he's not with us anymore. He came in. He was sweating. I told him he was sweating so bad. I was like, Russ, I swear to God, if you open your mouth right now, you'll get drunk again. He had just, you knew it was just like bourbon pouring out of his pores. You could still smell the cigars. Oh, it was vicious.
Oh, man. Center court. That's my famous gold medal game story.
Yeah, gold medal game.
I was like, wait a minute, it's on now?
Center court.
Everything I was doing over there and watched that game.
AKA Buffalo Wild Wings. Yeah. Where do Coach, people over 35 home, Coach? What do you mean?
Coach Marley, I will say this.
Home.
I'm not saying we're gonna be out till 2 a.m, but maybe you come watch the NBA finals with us. I don't know.
We're working on it. We're working on it. We're working on it. We're working on it.
What did Roddy say?
I mean, not terribly far off. All I knew is I couldn't miss it. I could not miss it.
Oh, that's how we feel. Coach JT, you gotta hit me up, man. Come on, man. Stop playing. Coach JT was I think he emceed or was involved. I wasn't here. So maybe you know about this. About the was that the Dante Green celebrity game at Davis?
Oh, what? Davis. Okay.
Was that where it was at, Jay? I think it was at Davis. Yeah. That was a moment that I wasn't here for. I wish I was here for it.
It is pretty damn dope that there's still like almost 100 people watching on YouTube. I'm just waiting for the influx of people from like Chicago to join the show or DC or whatever. Hold on. Where are you at, David? I feel like you've written this in here before. Where are you at again? And she got the wine. Well, everything in Sacramento is organized by him. So let's just give him. I mean, I don't even know if Sacramento would be here. Oh, yeah, that's good stuff, David. We're gonna have to do that. I don't even know if Sacramento would be here if it wasn't for him. He is the Sacramento Lord and Savior for sure. Appreciate you. Peg Junk. Mark. Mark.
Big dog.
I noticed. Hey, John, I noticed someone wasn't in the chat today. I noticed someone didn't join the show today, which was interesting. He doesn't miss many. Yeah. And this was fun. I don't know what the hell we gonna do tomorrow. Let's get Brian on tomorrow. Is Brian still? Brian don't give a damn about clubs. He gone. We got to get. We got to see if we can get Brian on tomorrow. I don't think we had. We don't have anyone booked tomorrow, do we?
No.
Oh, you know what tomorrow is? I didn't want to forget it, so I already put it in the rundown. Tomorrow's the 25th anniversary of Reasonable Doubt.
Ooh.
Yeah. Yeah.
Ooh. I might have to listen to that tonight.
Yeah. Tomorrow's the 25th anniversary of Reasonable Doubt, so we'll do something with that.
That was the first present the Queen Bee ever bought me was Reasonable Doubt.
Okay. Yeah, y'all been together for a while. 16 years. Yes, they were. Yes, they were. Yes, they were.
Yeah.
She's calling for Reasonable Doubt.
Yes.
Oh. Well, where'd it go? Like we got excited. We saw the same thing. There it is. Okay. All right. There we go. Queen Bee. Well, you don't have to call, Jazz. You could just, walk over to the.
You could call. We're not on the radio right now, so the radio could hear it.
You could literally just walk over to the camera.
Take you back to Reasonable Doubt time. Okay. All right. See,
we need theme music for Jazzy Stories. Yes, indeed.
I think that's my favorite Jay-Z album, the Blueprint one. I think that's my favorite.
That's solid. That's solid.
Well, I got to pack on up. I guess my grandmother probably wants her room back.
All right. We'll let y'all ride. Thank you. Today was legit. That's 3 legits, not even 2. So we appreciate y'all. I don't know what we're doing tomorrow outside of Jay-Z's Reasonable Doubt. I'm gonna text Bryant West. I think we'll get Brian on. We'll find a way to talk some Kings and the draft and stuff like that. So whatever it is, man, we'll have fun. We appreciate y'all. Go to thedopeones.com. Hit the thumbs up. Subscribe.